Of these threats, are you concerned about your own life right now?
No, I don't worry. I tell you, I'm a man who believed that I died 20 years ago, and I live like a man who is dead already. I have no fear whatsoever of anybody or anything.
All right. Minister Malcolm, when you broke with Elijah Muhammad back in March, you said it was because the black Muslims were too narrowly sectarian and inhibited, and because Elijah Muhammad had become blindly jealous of you and the personal following you had gathered.
I said the first part, but the last part, I didn't say that Elijah Muhammad himself had become blindly jealous. I mentioned that it was his family and the officials in Chicago. Everything that I said always was designed to protect Mr. Muhammad himself, primarily because the image that he had created was the image that enabled his followers to remain strong in faith and things of that sort, and I didn't want to see any adverse effect or negative result develop in the faith of all of his followers. But actually, despite the fact that I tried to protect the Muslim movement, if you'll notice, they used their newspaper to slander me and to label me as a hypocrite and as a rebel, and Mr. Muhammad himself said that I defected. Well, in reality, I never even left the Muslim movement. They put me out. And they put me out because of what I knew, and what I knew was told to me by Mr. Muhammad's son, Wallace Muhammad himself. They put me out and they put him out.
Well, now, first of all, let's find out what it is that Wallace Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad's son, told you.
Well, number one, if you notice, the stick that I always used in presenting, representing, and defending the Muslim movement was the fact that it had the ability to reform the morals of the so-called Negro community. It eliminated drug addiction, alcoholism, fornication, adultery, loose sexual behavior, which meant that it eliminated bastard babies, illegitimate children. Well, as long as I knew that this was what it represented and it gave me a strong stick, I could represent it and defend it. But we had a law which was that whenever any Muslim became involved in any kind of sexual relationship with someone to whom they weren't married, that person would be brought before the Muslim community, humiliated, and then isolated for from 1 to 5 years. This was our law. Well, in 1954, a teenage sister left Detroit and became one of Mr. Muhammad's personal secretaries. And there in the Chicago office, she became pregnant after being there for a year. And she was brought before the Muslim community and humiliated and isolated. And a year later, another secretary, this time one from Lansing, Michigan, came to Chicago. She also became pregnant. She was brought before the community and humiliated and isolated. And because the other person was never brought forth during this court session, it was concluded by all of Mr. Muhammad's followers that it was a non-Muslim who was the other party. Well, we grew so rapidly that in 1957 or 58, the secretarial staff was expanded to, I think, 8 teenage sisters. In 1959, 6 of them disappeared. 2 of them reappeared in Philadelphia about 2 or 3 months later, and they were all right. The other 4 reappeared in 1960. All 4 of them had babies. All 4 of them had become involved with someone and become pregnant and had these children. So it was, from what I now know, when the 4 of them got back to Chicago and began to compare notes, they found that the same man had told all of them the same story and had made all of them pregnant, that the same man was the father of all 4 of their children and had also been the father of the children brought forth by the 2 secretaries who preceded them. So this story was kept among these sisters until 1962. 2 of them rebelled against the person who was responsible and began to tell the story all over the city of Chicago. It caused many of the Muslims in the Chicago mosques to leave and go back out in the street. They knew it, and I knew nothing about it until 1963 when Mr. Muhammad's son, who had been in prison, came out, and he had been a minister, and he was very religious and spiritual, And when he began to hear these rumors around Chicago, he went to one of the sisters, and the sister admitted to him that the rumor was true. And it was he who first told me about it. And when he told me about it, I wrote to Mr. Muhammad and told him about it, and he admitted that he had a knowledge of it, and that he'd given me a religious explanation that would fit into prophecy and all of that. So I was quiet, and it wasn't until October of 1963 that it came up again. And when it came up again, I realized that the same person who had made these other sisters pregnant was still busy doing the same thing. He hadn't stopped. Two of the sisters had 2 children by the same man. And one of those 2 sisters was pregnant still, getting ready to have a 3rd child by the same man. So when it was known among the Chicago officials that I had a knowledge of this, they become very fearful of me. They became very antagonistic toward me, and they had to do something to diminish the authority that I had, for fear that if this became public knowledge, the followers would leave the Muslim movement and follow me. And it was at that time that they used the statement that I made against President Kennedy as a pretext to cut my authority, and some other things happened that finally produced the split, or forced the split. And when I made the split, the only reason that I didn't make this public knowledge was I knew the implications, and I felt that if the Muslims who were in the Nation of Islam knew it, that which enabled them to be so strongly religious and exercise moral discipline would be shattered, and it would cause all of them to go right back and start doing the things that they had been doing previously.
Who is the father of all of these various children whom you have enumerated?
The first one to tell me who the father was Wallace Muhammad, and he told me that the father was Elijah Muhammad himself. One of the sisters, he went to the home of one of the sisters, and when he walked in the door, she said, "I want to let you see something." And she showed him her child. She said, "Here's your brother, and your father is the father of this child." And then I questioned the sisters myself, because I was shook up. And they admitted to me that Elijah Muhammad was the father of their children. And I took it to him. And it was at that time he told me that he was Muhammad, the prophet, and that Muhammad had 9 wives. He also told me that he was David. He was the modern David, and that he was the modern Solomon, and that it was meant for him to fulfill today all of the things that they did back there.
And how many of these illegitimate children did he father with the sisters?
Well, he made 6 sisters pregnant. They all had children. 2 of those 6 had 2 children. One of those 2 is having a child right now. I am told that there is a 7th sister who is supposed to be in Mexico right now, and she's supposed to be having a child by her. For one thing, when you first separate from your wife, it's a physical separation, but it's not psychological. You still have feelings for her, and you protect her. But after the physical separation has taken place for a while, it becomes a psychological separation. It was the same way with me and the Muslim movement. When I first separated, it was a physical separation, but my feeling was still there. And it was only after my trip into the Muslim world and my pilgrimage to Mecca that I really was able to exercise the objective approach to it that enabled me to see that something had to be done to bring this to light. Otherwise, a whole lot of innocent people would be killed needlessly.
Well, these revelations that you are now making about Elijah Muhammad, what effect should they have on his followers?
Well, I very much doubt that any of his followers who really are aware of what he has done would continue to follow him. He may try and justify it by saying that he's a Muslim, and that a Muslim has a right to these wives. If this were the case, these sisters should not have been humiliated. These sisters have been looked upon for the past 5 years, or 6 years, or 7 years as being guilty of having committed fornication. They have been debased. They have been degraded. I have heard him himself refer to them as having disgraced him. So if they were his wives, he should have given them a position of respect so that all of his followers would respect him and that they would have the protection of his followers today.
Well, do you feel that you then perhaps now should take over the leadership of the black Muslims?
No, I have no desire to take over the leadership of the black Muslims, and I have never had that desire. But I do have this desire. I have a desire to see the Afro-American in this country get the human rights that are his due. I believe that the Islam religion is the best religion for our people because it creates unity and it gives one dignity and racial confidence and all of these things that are necessary to make a complete human being.
Are you not perhaps afraid of what might happen to you as a result of making these revelations?
Oh yes, I probably am a dead man already.
What do you mean?
When you understand the makeup of the Muslim movement and the psychology of the Muslim movement, as long as if I myself, by having confidence in the leader of the Muslim movement, if someone came to me and I had no knowledge whatsoever of what had taken place, and they told me what I'm saying, I would kill them myself. The only thing that would prevent me from killing someone who made a statement like this, they would have to be able to let me know that it's true. Now, if anyone had come to me other than Mr. Muhammad's son, I never would have believed it even enough to look into it. But I had been around him so closely, I had seen indications of the reality of it, but my religious sincerity made me block it out of my mind.
Have you received threats on your life?
Oh, yes. I first received threats on my life in December. In December. No, not in December, in January. When it first became known that I had come back to New York and told the captain of the fruit in New York, who was my right-hand man formerly, and also the secretary of the New York Mosque and the minister in Boston. When it became known that I had told them, then an effort was made to shut me up. One brother encouraged to go out to my house and shut me up. And fortunately, it was a brother who was well capable of doing so, but it was a brother who was highly intelligent. He was academically equipped to think for himself. And what he was told to do didn't add up. And fortunately, he was the one who put out a feeler to me to find out what was wrong. And I opened his eyes. And then he opened the eyes of the same crew whose job it is to do this kind of work.
You mean he was going to kill you?
Oh, yes. One of them was, an attempt was made to get one of them to wire my car with an explosive. That one is with me right now. Well, fortunately, while I was among the Muslims, I never lived beyond my means, and I have learned how to live within means. And I still have the clothes that that was provided for me at that time. I'm in the house that was provided for me, although we're in a court battle. They're trying to get it back. And I have made this statement to them concerning the house that they could have it. If they would take me back, that they would permit me to come before the Muslim movement, the rank and file, and explain or defend myself against all of the charges that they've made against me, they could have the house. But they are going contrary to their own laws by standing up in the mosque and indicting me, but never giving me a chance to defend myself. And they say that no one can judge me but Mr. Muhammad. In this case, Mr. Muhammad can't sit as judge because he's involved in the case.
Elijah Muhammad says of the Muslims, we carry no arms, and we do not seek to win victory with arms. We do nothing to others that we would not have done unto us.
The two brothers were sent after me with revolvers by Joseph, the captain of the fruit in New York. They were armed. When a Muslim is attacked, and you'll find this to be the pattern, when the Muslims were attacked in Monroe, Louisiana, Elijah Muhammad gave no signal to anybody across the nation to come to the defense of their brothers. When our brothers were attacked in Los Angeles, again, Elijah Muhammad gave no signal to anybody to come to the defense of those brothers. Never have the Muslims anywhere in the country gotten any kind of instruction from the national office or headquarters on how to defend themselves when they are attacked by outsiders. The only times the Muslims have ever been given any instructions to commit violence is when that violence is directed against a fellow Muslim. His followers are violent against Negroes.
Against Negroes?
Yes, his followers will go out and attack another Negro, like they will attack me, or they will brutalize a fellow Muslim who breaks the law. But you don't find those same followers going out and becoming involved in the Negro struggle in any way whatsoever. Now, the violence that he accuses me of is my tendency to want to participate in the struggle of the Negro at all levels. This is what he calls violence.
One question before we go further with that. Has Wallace Muhammad left the black Muslims?
Wallace Muhammad was put out of the Muslim movement right along with me.
As far as you are concerned, you will accept the fealty, if you will, of any Negro, anywhere, under any conditions.
You have to define fealty.
You won't want them to give you their loyalty.
not me their loyalty. I'm not seeking for the loyalty of any Negro. But I am seeking that Negroes to learn how to be loyal to themselves. When the Negro learns how to be loyal to himself, our problem is pretty well solved.
Do you feel that your message, apparent message of love that you brought back from Islam is the real reason they're after you, because you're not hating as hard as they want you to?
Well, I never did hate anybody hard. But I do know that when I wrote that letter saying that there were white people in Mecca, it shook up a lot of Muslims, because most of the Muslims who follow Mr. Muhammad absolutely believed that it was impossible, physically impossible, I should say divinely impossible, for a white person to go to Mecca. And my trip there shattered that image, or that misconcept.
Anyone call you directly, Malcolm?
I've been receiving calls ever since I left the Black Muslim movement.
And what sort of calls, Malcolm? You're disenchanted in view of the fact that these men who were your brothers are making threats against your life?
No, because actually it's not their fault. Most of them, now Joseph and the officials, they have a knowledge of what it's all about. But the rank and file Muslim brother does not know what it's all about. They are out of religious sincerity. They think that they are doing the will of Allah by protecting a man who I myself taught them was divine. So I don't in any way fault them. But those who are over them and give the orders, and actually the ultimate order comes from Elijah Muhammad himself. As long as I represented the Black Muslim movement as an example of morality, unity, and militancy, as long as I could do that, I represented it. It was when I realized that it could not be represented as that I came on and started working among the non-Muslim Negroes, as I announced in January, and I had no intention, or rather March, and I had no intention of ever even speaking on this. Had they left me alone, you still wouldn't know what really took place.
Why are they threatening your life?
Well, primarily because they're afraid that I will tell the real reason that I'm out of the Black Muslim movement, which I never told. I kept to myself. But the real reason is that Elijah Muhammad, the head of the movement, is the father of 8 children by 6 different teenage girls. 6 different teenage girls who were his private personal secretary. The one who first made me aware of this was Wallace Muhammad, Mr. Muhammad's son. And I had stated in a newspaper article about an effort to take my life back in January, and at that time the Muslims denied it. In fact, they tried to make it appear to my brother that I was insane. But on a program in Chicago called Hotline, that's moderated by Wesley South, John Ali, the national secretary, admitted, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, one of these days last week, that they absolutely were going to kill me.
What steps would you take to protect yourself from this threat?
I take no steps. I have a rifle. If anybody comes to my house without a good reason, I intend to try and use it, and that's all.
In view of these threats, are you concerned about your own life right now?
No, I don't worry. I tell you, I'm a man who believed that I died 20 years ago, and I live like a man who is dead already. I have no fear whatsoever of anybody or anything.
This is Leon Amir, who was Cassius Clay's secretary, whom they beat unmercifully up in Boston.
I was attacked by them in Boston on December the 25th in the lobby, the hotel lobby of the Sherry Biltmore Hotel. And they're still after me.
And it was he who heard Elijah Muhammad Jr. come to New York when Elijah Muhammad was at the Armory in June of last year. Junior stood up and told the fruit, many of whom are here now also, that I should have been killed, that my tongue should have been put in an envelope and sent back to Chicago by now. And then Clarence, the captain from Boston, and John, the captain from Springfield, came to New York to assassinate me, and came to him to get a silencer, and couldn't get it. So the police know this. It's not something that's new. They just wait until the job is done and then they step in.
You mean he was going to kill you?
I wanted you to know that my house was bombed. It was bombed by the Black Muslim movement upon the orders of Elijah Muhammad. Now they had come around, so they had planned to do it from the front and the back so that I couldn't get out. They covered the front completely, the front door. Then they had come to the back, but instead of getting directly in the back of the house and throwing it this way, they stood at a 45-degree angle and tossed it at the window, so it glanced and went onto the ground.
And I don't know if I woke my husband up or he woke me up, but I remember him pushing me out of the bedroom door, and I looked to my right, and I saw all of the fire.
And the fire hit the window, and it woke up my second oldest baby. But the fire burned on the outside of the house. But had that one gone through that window, it would have fallen on a 6-year-old girl, a 4-year-old girl, and a 2-year-old girl. And I'm going to tell you, if it had done it, I'd taken my rifle and gone after anybody in sight. I would not wait. The police know the criminal operation of the Black Muslim movement because they have thoroughly infiltrated it. That's what I said. The Muslims claim I bombed my house. And if anybody can find where I bombed my house, they can put a rifle bullet through my head. It was my children and my own life and my wife's life that was at stake. You know what temperature was? It was about 15 or 20. I stood in my underwear, bare feet, in the middle of my driveway with a gun in my hand for 45 minutes, waiting for the police or waiting for the fire department to come. If I want to put on a show, I can find a better way than that to put it on. And if you attack me, that's one thing. I know what to do when you start attacking me. But when you attack sleeping babies while you are lower than a gun...
There has been much written and said about your departure from the Black Muslim organization. Could you tell us exactly why you did leave the organization?
Well, the exact reason, I didn't leave, number one. I was put out, no matter, and since there was no justification for them putting me out, they had to make it appear to the public that I left of my own volition. But it was in February of 1963 that Wallace Muhammad, one of the sons of Elijah Muhammad, pointed out to me that his father had a very serious moral problem, which he had kept a careful secret up to that point. But that when I heard about it, I went directly to Elijah Muhammad. We discussed it. He explained it. He even admitted to me, as well as to some of his other children. He discussed it with his other children. But when he gave me his religious interpretation or explanation of it, I accepted it. But about 5 months went by, and Wallace pulled me aside again and told me that his father hadn't changed. He was still involved in the same thing, and he was getting worse rather than better. And I think it had a serious effect upon me, subconsciously, if not consciously.
Personally ordered attacks upon you?
Oh yes, in Cassius Clay, the brother that used to be the secretary to Cassius, or as Elijah Muhammad now calls him, Muhammad Ali Clay, was beaten in Boston recently, and this brother was a captain. He was one of the karate experts who taught karate on the entire East Coast, Eastern region, and he was in the inner circle, and he pointed out that in October, he didn't cease being a captain, but his influence or authority was placed beneath that of Clarence, the captain who's in Boston. Clarence was put over as Joseph, and shortly after that, as Leon Amir testified, Clarence, the captain from Boston, and John, the captain from Springfield, Massachusetts, came to New York to carry out this so-called assassination. And they came to Leon looking for a silencer for their gun. Well, see, I understand all of it, but they parked half a block from my house there in the home of Alvin, who was also one of Elijah Muhammad's men, looking for a chance when they could, make their move. But thanks to Allah, they didn't get a chance.
Yes, even more. You can't take 9 teenage women and seduce them and give them babies and not tell me and then tell me you're moral. You could do it if you admitted you did it. And admitted that the babies were yours. I'd shake your hand and call you a man. A good one, too. But anytime you seduce teenage girls and make them be charged with adultery, make them hide your crime, why, you're not even a man, much less a divine man. So, and this is what he did. He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself. Yeah, that's why he wanted me dead, because he knew that as soon as I woke up, I'd tell him.
The success of Muhammadan Islam in deceiving, misinforming, deforming, and contorting both history and reality over a period of almost 1400 years has been astounding. That is, until now. The greatest tragedy about this particular subject is that most of the descendants of African slavery, the black people in the Americas, around the world, as well as among the African blacks, are totally ignorant of the actual facts. Before we lose the concentration of our listeners, I would like to make the following statement and then prove it. That the worst, most inhumane and most diabolical institution of the black African slave trade was initiated, refined, perpetrated, and implemented by the Mohammedan Arabs and later aided and abetted by the black converts to Mohammedan Islam. I predict that, as usual, the two subcultures, those of denial of facts and of political correctness, will attack us without once disproving a single statement and or conclusion that we make. Slavery was not created by the white races, because it has existed throughout human history and practiced by every tribe, culture, civilization, racial group, and religion. In fact, the very word slavery has its root in the name Slav, based upon the Slavic peoples of Europe who were subjugated by other Europeans. It is not common knowledge that the Arabic word abd is synonymous with the meaning of slave. For example, Abdullah means literally the slave of Allah, and that in the language of the Arabs, all black peoples are called abid, plural, for slaves. While much has been written concerning the transatlantic slave trade, surprisingly little attention has been paid to the Islamic slave trade across the Sahara, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. While the European involvement in the African transatlantic slave trade to the Americas lasted for just over 3 centuries, the Arab involvement in the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries, and in some parts of the Mohammedan world is still continuing to this day. The birth of Mohammedan Islam and its conquests brought about the birth of institutionalized, systematized, and religiously sanctioned slave trade on a massive and global scale. In fact, the Quran allows the taking of slaves as booty or reward for wars of aggression against any and all unbelievers, most of the human population. This has led to an enormous number of so-called holy wars, jihad in Arabic. There was and is absolutely nothing holy about these wars, which are primarily to plunder, slaughter, rape, subjugate, and rob other human beings of their wealth, produce, freedom, and dignity. Mohammedan Muslim states and tribes attacked other non-Muslim groups to achieve these objectives. Although Islamic jurisprudence laid down regulations for the treatment of slaves, however, incredible and heinous abuses have occurred throughout the history of Mohammedan Islam. By the Middle Ages, the Arabic word abd was in general used to denote a black slave, while the word mamluk referred to a white slave. Ibn Khaldun, 1332 to 1406, the preeminent Islamic medieval historian and social thinker, wrote, "The Negro nations are as a rule submissive to slavery, because they have attributes that are quite similar to dumb animals." It should also be noted that black slaves were castrated based on the assumption that the blacks had an ungovernable sexual appetite. When the Fatimid Caliphate came to power in Egypt, they slaughtered all the tens of thousands of black military slaves and raised an entirely new slave army. Some of these slaves were conscripted into the army at age 10. From Persia to Egypt to Morocco, slave armies from 30,000 to up to 250,000 became commonplace. The Islamic slave trade took place across the Sahara Desert, from the coast of the Red Sea, and from East Africa across the Indian Ocean. The Trans-Sahara trade was conducted along 6 major slave routes. Just in the 19th century, for which we have more accurate records, 1.2 million slaves were brought across the Sahara into the Middle East, as well as a further 450,000 down the Red Sea and 442,000 from the East African coastal ports. That is a total of 2 million black slaves just in the 1800s. At least 8 million more were calculated to have died before reaching the Muslim slave markets. A comparison of the Islamic slave trade to the American slave trade reveals some extremely interesting contrasts. While 2 out of every 3 slaves shipped across the Atlantic were men, the proportions were reversed in the Islamic slave trade. 2 women for every man were enslaved by the Muslims. While the mortality rate of slaves being transported across the Atlantic was as high as 10%, the percentage of slaves dying in transit in the Trans-Sahara and East African slave market was a staggering 80 to 90%. While almost all the slaves shipped across the Atlantic were for agricultural work, most of the slaves destined for the Muslim Middle East were for sexual exploitation as concubines, in harems, and for military service. While many children were born to the slaves in the Americas, the millions of their descendants are citizens in Brazil and the United States today. Very few descendants of the slaves that ended up in the Middle East survive. While most slaves who went to the Americas could marry and have families, most of the male slaves destined for the Middle East were castrated, and most of the children born to the women were killed at birth. It is estimated that possibly as many as 11 million Africans were transported across the Atlantic, 95% of which went to South and Central America, mainly to Portuguese, Spanish, and French possessions. Only 5% of the slaves ended up in what we call the United States today. However, a minimum of 28 million Africans were enslaved in the Muslim Middle East. Since at least 80% of those captured by Muslim slave traders were calculated to have died before reaching the slave markets, it is believed that the death toll from 1400 years of Arab and Muslim slave raids into Africa could have been as high as 112 millions. When added to the number of those sold in the slave markets, the total number of African victims of the Trans-Saharan and East African slave trade could be significantly higher than 140 million people. What is obscene about this whole subject is the Muhammadan Muslim and Arab culture of denial regarding their complicity in the African slave trade, as well as the ignorance of black Muslims about the reality of their past and present conditions. The statistics and reports above are based upon the logbooks kept at the African slave ports, ship logs, travelers' reports, eyewitness accounts, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts and reality of Muhammadan Islam's complicity in the slave trade and their inhuman depravity are infinitely more devastating, more staggering, and more incomprehensible than all the nightmare fictions in the world. In ancient Arabia, poetry was a passion. Poets were highly regarded in society, and the words of many accomplished poets were regarded as next to Allah's words. In a desert land, bereft of much entertainment and natural relaxation, the ancient Arabs used to find solace, peace, tranquility, and even the raging emotion of war and revenge through the mesmerizing words of their poets. Poets supplied the Arabs with their mental and spiritual nourishment, since they memorized the ancestry, deeds, glories, and achievements of their tribes and passed them on to future generations through their students or disciples to keep the records alive. Poets were actually the news media par excellence of Arabia. They were lethal weapons, since a very capable and articulate poet of a small tribe could elevate it in poems to levels greater than a much more powerful one. As far as our research has demonstrated, no poet in the long period of the so-called Jahiliyyah period, that is before Muhammad and Islam, was ever murdered for what he or she recited, unlike what was done by Muhammad and his followers. There were more female poets among the Jahiliyyah Arabs than during the entirety of 1400 years of Muhammad and Islam. Some of these poetesses were so formidable that Muhammad had at least 2 of them assassinated because they satirized him. The following 4 chapters are actually connected, since it was Muhammad's aggressive and piratical actions to start with that triggered the responses of some of Arabia's poets. His followers claim that Muhammad is the apostle of peace. As you all know by now, nothing can be further from the truth. These 4 chapters are just more in our series that are exposing and revealing the very sadistic and cruel nature of Muhammad. We shall prove once more that he was in fact a terrorist, a criminal, and a mass murderer whose entire life was based on victimizing innocents and indulging in mindless violence, carnage, and massacre. He was a man who destroyed peace wherever he went, and in his place brought terror, plunder, rape, carnage, and death. When Muhammad first started shouting from the rooftops that he alone had the divine word of Allah, the people of Mecca ignored him. However, when he began insulting and defaming the religion of the peace-loving Meccans, they couldn't take it anymore and tried persuading him to stop. Muhammad the coward was too scared of the growing hostility against him, and knowing full well that his Allah could not strike down the Meccans, he crept out one night and fled for his life. Ever since that incident, Muhammad was determined to take revenge on them. He escaped to Medina, which had a sizable Jewish population, and started plotting his revenge with a small gang of criminals. This was the beginning of Muhammad's trail of violence, hatred, and bloodshed that would soon destroy all that was decent in the culture of Arabia. The Medina became the headquarters of the first organized crime syndicate in history. As we have shown in several of our chapters, the story has been documented in detail by his Muslim biographers. Surprise raids on trade caravans and tribal settlements. The use of plunder thus obtained for recruiting an even growing army of greedy criminals and desperados. Assassinations of opponents. Blackmail. Expulsion and massacre of the Jews of Medina. Attack and enslavement of the Jews of Khaybar. Rape of women and children. Sale of these victims after rape. Trickery, treachery, and bribery employed to their fullest extent to grow the numbers of his version of Islam. He organized no less than 86 expeditions, 26 of which he led himself without participating in the fighting. The motives of the converts to Muhammad and Islam was never in any doubt. D.S. Margolius states in his book, Muhammad and the Rise of Islam, of any moralizing or demoralizing effect that Muhammad's teaching had upon his followers, we cannot say with precision. When he was at the head of the robber community, it is probable that the demoralizing influence began to be felt. It was then that men who had never broken an oath learned that they might evade their obligations, and that men to whom the blood of their clan had been as their own began to shed it with impunity in the cause of Allah, fi sabilillah. That lying and treachery in the cause of Islam received divine approval. It was then too that Muslims began distinguished by the obscenity of their language. It was then too that the coveting of goods and wives possessed by non-Muslims was avowed without discouragement from the Prophet. The details of this criminal onslaughts in the form of piratical skirmishes and assassinations are chronicled in these chapters in a chronological manner. Please note that every time the Apostle of Peace committed one of his criminal acts, he always justified the crime by quickly claiming a divine revelation which conveniently removed the blame from his bloodied hands. These made-to-order surahs we shall recite after the description of the incident. Believers and unbelievers, be aware of the most important of all facts, that all the reports that we are going to recite to you are one-sided, since they were written by the victors, the Muhammadan Muslims. No one has any record of the victim side. Nonetheless, these records show clearly and without pulling any punches the true character of Muhammad and his followers. 1. The massacre of unarmed merchants during the sacred month of Rajab, 623 AD at Nakhla. 4 unarmed merchants were traveling to Mecca to sell their goods consisting of resins, honey, and animal skins. It was the holy month of Rajab, which was considered sacred for trade in Arabia. It was a point of honor that any form of warfare or violence was strictly forbidden in this month. Muhammad's gang attacked the helpless men from behind and stabbed 2 of them to death. They plundered all the goods as booty, and Muhammad got 1/5 of the share. This shows the utter lack of morals or scruples on Muhammad's part. The Prophet of Islam did not possess a shred of pity or kindness, or the slightest sense of justice. He cold-bloodedly murdered 2 innocent people who had never done him any harm and did not even know him. All this was done in a month that the Prophet himself declared was a sacred month in which no warfare should take place. Muhammad was obviously motivated by nothing but hatred and greed. Conveniently, divine revelations came down from Allah that absolved him of all the guilt. Al-Baqarah 2.216. Warfare is ordained for you, though it is hateful unto you. But it may happen that you hate a thing which is good for you, and it may happen that you love a thing which is bad for you. Allah knoweth, you knew not. Here Muhammad is completely removing all blame from himself for having started the fighting. The most insidious and devilish implication of this verse is that Allah is completely justifying and sanctioning Muhammad's murder of the innocent Meccans. Over and above this, Muhammad is conveniently implying that warfare is hateful to him, but that he instigated it because it was ordained by Allah. What moral sacrifices the Apostle of Peace had to make. Number 2, slaughter of the Meccans who came to defend their caravan, March, Ramadan 623, the well of Badr. The merchandise being carried by this caravan was worth more than 50,000 gold dinars. Muhammad ganged up all the criminals of Medina and set out to raid the caravan with 300 men. The Meccans got word of the raid and sent out an army to protect the caravan. Throughout the entire battle, Muhammad cowered in a hut which his men made for him. There he cried and prayed with feverish anxiety. At one point, he came out of the hut and threw pebbles in the enemy's direction, screaming, "Let evil look on your faces, and by him who holds my soul in his hands, anyone who fights for me today will go to paradise." The Muhammadans killed over 200 and took 70 prisoners. All 70 of the prisoners were ransomed, and any prisoner who did not fetch a ransom had his head chopped off. Muhammad was gratified at the sight of his murdered victims. After the battle, he sent his followers to look for the corpse of Abu Jahl, one of the Meccans who had criticized him openly. When his corpse was found, they cut off the head and threw it down at Muhammad's feet. The Apostle of Peace cried out in delirious joy, "Rejoice! Here lies the head of the enemy of Allah. Praise Allah, for there is no other but He." Muhammad then ordered a great pit to be dug for the bodies of the innocents to be dumped. The Muslims then proceeded to hack the corpses' limbs into pieces. As the bloodied mass of bodies was being thrown into the pit, a feverishly excited Muhammad shrieked, "O people of the pit, have you found that what Allah threatened is now true? For I have found that what my Lord promised was true. Rejoice, all Muslims." One of the prisoners taken was defiant and Nadir ibn al-Harith, who had earlier taken Muhammad's challenge of telling better stories than him. Muhammad ordered Ali to strike off Nadir's head in his presence, so he could watch and exult in the pleasure of beheading the man who had insulted him. Another prisoner, Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt, was decapitated in front of Muhammad. Before being killed, the prisoner cried out pitifully, "O Prophet, who will look after my children if I should die?" The great Prophet of the religion of peace coldly spat out hellfire as the blade came down and spattered his clothes with Uqba's blood. This time, Muhammad needed a revelation that would not only absolve him of all the guilt of murdering so many innocent people, but also give him the divine right to get a huge share of the plundered booty. Quite a few revelations magically appeared after the Battle of Badr. Al-Anfal 8.65. O Prophet, exhort the believers to fight. If there be of you 20 steadfast, they will overcome 200, and if there are of you 100, they shall overcome 1,000, because the disbelievers are a folk without intelligence. This surah clearly exposes Islam to be a belief system that not only encourages violence, but actually makes it a sacred duty for its followers to kill anyone who does not believe in the Muhammadan version of Islam. Not only is the all-forgiving Allah exhorting his followers to kill anyone who is not a Muhammadan Muslim, but he is also saying that all so-called unbelievers are so stupid that they will be unable to defend themselves and therefore deserve death. Al-Anfal 8.67. It is not for any prophet to have captives until he hath made slaughter in the land. You desire the lure of this world, and Allah desires for you the hereafter, and Allah is mighty, wise. Now enjoy what you have won as lawful and good, and keep your duty to Allah. Lo, Allah is forgiving, merciful. This verse is in reference to the prisoners that Muhammad held for ransom after the battle. Allah the Merciful is saying that they should all have been killed. In addition, Allah is conveniently commenting that whatever loot Muhammad has plundered is lawful and good, because it was done in the service of Allah. So murder, rape, plunder and destruction are all perfectly fine with Allah as long as they are done in the name of Islam. Muhammad is also assiduously making himself seem very kind for having spared the lives of the prisoners when in fact he only let them live so he could get more money from the ransom for them. In today's world, this is terrorism of the worst kind. 3. Assassination of poets who criticize Muhammad's murderous ways in the Medina. After the Battle of Badr, the people of Medina were horrified that they had given refuge to such a blatant criminal and his followers in their city. Many began protesting the presence of such violent and murderous people in their city. In a free society like pre-Islamic Arabia, the poets acted as society's conscience and were free to criticize, satirize, and examine the actions of people. The two most famous poets of this kind were Abu Afaq, an extremely old and respected poet, and Asma bint Marwan, a young mother with the gift of superb verse. Muhammad was enraged at their criticism. When he heard the verses composed by Asma bint Marwan, he was infuriated and screamed aloud, "Will no one rid me of this daughter of Marwan?" That very night, a gang of his followers set out to do the dirty deed. They broke into the poet's house. She was lying in her bedroom, suckling her newborn child, while her other small children slept nearby. The Muslims tore the newborn infant off her breast and they stabbed her to death. After the murder, when the Muslims went to inform the Prophet of Islam, he said, "You have done a service to Allah and His Messenger. Her life was not worth even 2 goats." A month later, the distinguished and highly respected Abu Afaq, who was over 100 years old and renowned for his sense of fairness, was killed brutally in the same manner as he slept. Once again, the Prophet of Islam had commented that morning, "Who will avenge me on this scoundrel?" This shows us exactly how much the tolerant and peace-loving Muhammad respected life. His followers claim that Muhammad was extremely gentle and loved children. Indeed, the horrifying way he had Asma bint Marwan's 5 infants slaughtered certainly attests to this loving side of Muhammad. All the Jews were becoming increasingly dissatisfied and angered at the deeds of the Muslims. The Jewish tribes were peace-loving, hard-working tradespeople whose purpose in life was to earn a decent living through honest means and hard effort. They were perfectly content with the religion of their forefathers and had never anticipated that the man to whom they had given shelter so graciously would turn into the power-crazed monster who was now turning around to attack them. Muhammad was in the position to carry out his hidden ambitions, which became clear soon enough. With the utmost disregard for all human morality, ethics, or respect for human life, the Prophet of Islam systematically targeted and slaughtered the very Jews of Medina who had helped him when everyone else in Arabia was kicking him like a mad dog. He was motivated by these primary reasons: his fanatic greed for all the wealth that had been created by blood, sweat, and toil of the Jews. Our listeners should be made aware that for most of his adult life, Muhammad was not employable and unemployed, and hence coveted the wealth and produce of others. The Jews were the biggest obstacle in his plan to subject all of Medina, so they had to be removed by any means possible. His fear of all other religions. Muhammad was a pathological narcissist, a delusional megalomaniac, meaning he believed that he was the supreme ruler of the world. Anything that threatened this sick fantasy of his had to be exterminated. Since the religion of the Jews rejected his pathetic claims to divine rule, they were the targeted victims in Medina, just as the polytheist Arabs had been his victims in Mecca. The incidents narrated below demonstrate the horrific depth of Muhammad's atrocities. Keep in mind that Muhammad is the model of good Islamic behavior, and you will realize how Muhammad and Islam advocates genocide in the name of their cult belief system. 4. The siege of the Banu Qaynuqa, April 623 AD in the Medina. In order to get full control of the Medina, Muhammad needed to get rid of all his opponents. The strongest of these opponents was Abdullah ibn Ubay, a powerful chief who was allied with the Jewish tribe of Banu Qaynuqa. This tribe was also the weakest because they were made up of craftsmen, in particular goldsmiths. By attacking them, Muhammad knew he could plunder a huge amount of wealth and weaken Ibn Ubay. Muhammad needed an excuse to attack them, so he made a girl married to one of his followers pretend that she had been teased by the Jews. The Muslims blockaded the fort of the Banu Qaynuqa for 15 days until the starving Jews surrendered. Immediately, Muhammad was ready to kill them all, but Ibn Ubay seized hold of Muhammad and protested. Muhammad's face became black with rage as he shouted, "Let go of me!" But Ibn Ubay was adamant and shouted back, "No, by Allah, I will not let you go until you deal kindly with my allies. 400 men without armor and 300 with, who have always supported me against enemies. And you want to slay them all in one morning? By Allah, if I were in your place, I would fear a reversal of fortune." At this threat, the cowardly Muhammad turned pale as he realized that all the people of Medina were against him. He hit Ibn Ubay on the face and ordered that the Jews be kicked out of their own homes. All their property was seized and looted. Many of the prettiest women were taken as prisoners to become sex slaves. Muhammad, as usual, kept 1/5 of the enormous booty for himself. This is the way he repaid the kindness of the Jews of Medina, who had given him shelter and refuge when Muhammad had run away from Mecca in fear. The revelations in the 8th surah of the Quran were clearly in reference to the Banu Qaynuqa and anyone who opposed the Muslims. Al-Anfal 8.55. Lo, the worst of beasts in Allah's sight are the ungrateful who will not believe. Those of them with whom you made a treaty, and then at every opportunity they break their treaty and they keep not duty to Allah. If you come to them in the war, deal with them so as to strike fear in those who are behind them, so that they may be remembered. Here Muhammad's acts of planned terrorism against the Jewish tribe is justified by Allah, because according to the merciful Allah, non-Muslims are the worst of beasts. So it is perfectly alright to murder, rape, torture and pillage the non-believers. Not only that, but Allah is advising Muhammad and the Muslims that when anyone protests against the injustices committed by Muslims, the Muslims should make sure and deal with them with such violence that it will strike fear among anyone who may think of supporting dissent. This proves that the Quran is nothing but a political manual for controlling people with terror. Not even the fascist armies of Hitler engineered such devilish ideas. 5. The Battle of Uhud, 625 AD. The people of Mecca were outraged at the massacre and the subsequent mutilation of their kinsmen in the Battle of Badr by Muhammad and his army. They had to fight back in order to defend themselves, so they gathered up an army and set out on the march to Medina. Muhammad set out with his motley crew of hundreds of pirates of the desert. When Muhammad tried forcing the Jews of Medina to join him, they adamantly refused, knowing fully well the true character of the tyrant. Muhammad and his men camped on the slopes of Mount Uhud above the camp of the Meccan army. With his usual insidious manner, Muhammad planned to attack before dawn as the Meccans were asleep. The Muslims were too incompetent to implement even this plan properly and ended up alerting the Meccans during the surprise attack. At this point, the Meccans gathered up their weapons and engaged the Muslims in full combat. Muhammad, as usual, cowered in the background, surrounded by his bunch of bodyguards. From time to time, he would scream out, "Who will become a martyr for Allah? And which of you will sell himself for us?" exhorting his army with promises of paradise if they fought for him. The Muslims this time, however, were no match for the Meccans. Most of them started running for their lives by clambering up the sides of Mount Uhud, at which Muhammad started swearing like a madman. It was only by a stroke of good luck that Muhammad survived. His army was badly defeated, and the people of Medina started asking that if this man was indeed a messenger of Allah, then why had Allah not given the Muslims victory? To make up for the extreme embarrassment of this defeat, Muhammad came up with more divine revelations that were obviously excuses for the thorough thrashing that his men and ego had suffered at Uhud. Muhammad was so obsessed with his own sense of self-importance that he made any action that went against his power a crime. Any Muslim who did not treat Muhammad like Allah would be punished severely. The third chapter of the Quran is full of these references to the Battle of Uhud. Al-Imran 3.140. And if ye have received a blow, the disbelievers have received a blow the like thereof. These are the vicissitudes which we cause to follow one another for mankind, to the end that Allah may know those who believe and may choose witnesses from among you. Here Muhammad's Allah is conveniently making excuses for the severe defeat of the Muslims by saying that although they suffered huge losses, the Meccans also suffered losses. In addition to this, Allah conveniently bails out Muhammad yet again by explaining away the total decimation of the Muslim army with the excuse that it was a trial for the Muslims. This surah also makes very clear the reason why Muslims everywhere bring nothing but death and destruction. The Allah of Islam is instructing his followers to prove their loyalty by going out and killing unbelievers, therefore legalizing murder and giving it divine sanction. And who are those unbelievers? Any innocent person who does not agree to Muhammad's twisted version of Islam. A belief system based upon such principles can only be embraced by people of the most inhumane, cruel, and barbarous nature. Al-Imran 3.153. When you climbed the hill and paid no heed while the messenger in your rear was calling you to fight, therefore he rewarded your grief for his grief. Here Muhammad is lashing out at the followers who dished him and ran up Mount Uhud for their lives. His ego is so deluded that in this surah he tells his followers that deserting the messenger is the same as deserting Allah. Muhammad, the slave of Allah, is thus equating himself with the supreme power itself. This is in reality one of the most despicable forms of blackmail that Muhammad used upon his followers. In short, they were told that anyone who doesn't protect Muhammad with his life will be punished by Allah in the form of his family and tribesmen being killed by divine will. 6. Murder of a poet. Among the Jewish tribe of Bani Nadir was an eminent poet by the name of Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf. He was an extremely famous and cultured poet who was considered a genius of verse. He had composed a lament about the Quraishites who had been so unjustly massacred and mutilated in the Battle of Badr. One day, Muhammad proclaimed in his usual sweet manner, "Who will rid me of the dog Ka'b bin al-Ashraf?" A certain Muhammad bin Maslama replied that he would do it, adding, "We shall have to tell lies to do it." Inevitably, Muhammad immediately gave the divine authority to lie as necessary. Needless to say, as usual, after dark, Ka'b was dragged out of his bed screaming and stabbed repeatedly by Muhammad Maslama and 3 other devout Muslims in full view of his young wife to be. Muhammadan Islam triumphs once again. 7. Invasion of Bani Nadir, June 625 AD. The Jewish tribe of Bani Nadir was outraged at the assassination of the greatest poet Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf. The fact that one of the greatest literary figures of their tribe had been mercilessly murdered simply because he wrote some words that criticized Muhammad was a cause of immense rage. The sight of the wealth possessed by the Bani Nadir whipped up a frenzy of jealousy inside Muhammad. Using his usual methodology of subterfuge and deception, Muhammad claimed that Allah had revealed to him that the Bani Nadir were hatching a plot to assassinate him. The Nadir were amazed when out of the blue a Muslim messenger arrived at their oasis with the message from Muhammad. The message was worded in the usual brutal manner: "Leave my city and live here no longer after the treason which you have plotted against me." The Nadir, being mere civilians, decided the best thing to do was to shut themselves up in their homes and prepare to defend themselves. Immediately, Muhammad surrounded them with his army of murderers and sat down outside, protected by his usual bunch of bodyguards. When the Nadir made no move to fight, the merciful Muhammad started cutting down every single palm tree in the oasis. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that in a desert environment like Arabia, this act was equivalent to mass murder, considering how hard it was to grow food. The Nadir could not bear to see their oasis destroyed so mercilessly and came out to surrender. Muhammad, who was still cowering behind his bodyguards, screamed out, "Leave this place, you have your lives." The peace-loving tribe, which had carefully tended their land and made it the oasis that it was, after centuries of hard work, were thrown out at sword point and stripped of all their belongings. They had to flee for their lives to Khaybar, another Jewish settlement, which in a future course would also be destroyed by the Apostle of Peace. All the rich booty and the land was grabbed by the plundering Muslims, but the largest amount of land and most of the loot went, as always, to the epitome of fair play and justice, Muhammad. As usual, a torrent of made-to-order divine revelations followed. Al-Hashr 59.2. He it is who hath caused those of the people of Scripture, Jews, who disbelieved, to go forth from their homes unto the first exile. You deemed not that they should go forth, while they deemed that their strongholds would protect them from Allah. That is because they were opposed to Allah and His Messenger. Whatsoever palm trees you cut down or left standing on their roots, it was by Allah's leave, in order that He might confound the evil livers. Once again, the most compassionate and merciful Allah comes to Muhammad's rescue and declares that all the crimes and atrocities that were committed against the innocent Bani Nadir were justified by the divine word of the all-merciful Allah. Not only that, but Allah decrees that the Jews deserved to be thrown out of their homeland simply because 1. They were not Muslim, 2. They were opposed to Muhammad. The fact that he mercilessly assassinated their innocent poet for daring to criticize him is ignored. 3. They were on prime land and had a huge amount of wealth which Muhammad lusted for. Over and above this, cutting down palm trees was considered a capital crime by the Arabs. So Muhammad had to have Allah give him a nice and tidy excuse for having committed this atrocity. Lastly, Muhammad is making it very clear here as to who is the boss. If anyone opposed Muhammad, it meant he opposed Allah, and all Muslims had to kill anyone who opposed Allah. So the final equation remained the same. Muhammad and Allah are on the same footing. Again, we have come a full circle to the fundamental and central guiding principles of Muhammadan Islam: intolerance, hatred, murder, and brutality. 8. Murder of an elder from Khaybar, 626 AD. The Muslims who had assassinated Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf, the famous poet of the Bani Nadir, were considered as heroes by Muhammad and his followers. Murderers were considered as ideal Muslims. To prove their loyalty to their prophet also, a group of Muslims from the Khazraj tribe decided killing off a respectable member of the Jewish community, Abu Rafi. He was an elderly man who had never done anything against Muhammad or the Muslims. He just happened to be the unfortunate target of Muhammad's plot to terrorize the Jews. Muhammad sent an expedition of 6 men who broke into the old man's house in the middle of the night and slashed him to ribbons as he slept. The cowardly Muslims always assassinated people in this way, while the victim slept, obviously because they had neither the courage nor the strength to fight even a solitary aged Jewish man while he was awake. After their crime, the Muslims fled back home into the arms of their expectant prophet. There was a quarrel among them as to who had actually killed Abu Rafi. At this, Muhammad smiled beatifically and started checking their swords. Finally, it was decided that the person who owned the sword, which still had traces of food on it, was the winner. Apparently, Abu Rafi had just finished his dinner before falling asleep, and the sword had slashed through his stomach, spilling its contents. Once more, with commendable bravery against great odds, Muhammad and Muslims defended themselves and their prophet. 9. Massacre, rape and plunder of Bani al-Mustaliq, December 626 AD. Muhammad attacked the Bani Mustaliq because of their wealth. In a surprise raid, the Muslims drove them to the sea. They slaughtered many members of the Bani Mustaliq tribe and looted away a booty of 2,000 camels, 5,000 sheep, and 500 women. 500 women were captured screaming and crying after they had watched their husbands and sons being slaughtered. The most beautiful captive was Juwayriyah, daughter of the chief of the Bani Mustaliq. Muhammad snatched her to satisfy his own lust. The captured women were supposed to be returned by the Muslims upon payment of a ransom. But the night after the battle itself, Muhammad and his army raped each and every one of them. One of the men, Abu Sa'id Khudri of Muhammad's army, reported, "We were lusting after women and chastity had become too hard for us, but we wanted to get the ransom money for our prisoners. So we wanted to use the azl, coitus interruptus, where the man withdraws before ejaculating. We asked the Prophet about it, and he said, 'You are not under any obligation to stop yourselves from doing it like that.' Later on, the women and children were given for ransom to their envoys. They all went away to their country and not one wanted to stay, although they had the choice. So the peace-loving Muhammad told his men it was perfectly fine to rape women as long as you don't ejaculate inside them, which would make them pregnant. What supreme logic! Any human being with the slightest shred of morality has to be nauseated by this man and the cult that he preached. Muhammad, the perfect figurehead of Islam, sanctions rape, pure and simple. Not only did the Muslims commit this horrifying crime, they deceived the tribesmen into paying ransom for their womenfolk, who only paid the money in a desperate attempt to save their women's honor. To call such a leader and his followers the epitome of evil is probably an understatement. 10. The last Jewish tribe left in Medina, the Banu Qurayza. By this time, Muhammad had murdered or driven out all of the Jewish tribes of Medina except them. It was time to eliminate this last thorn in his flesh. Bani Qurayza had been reluctant in helping Muhammad against the Quraysh. Conveniently, once again, Muhammad claimed that he had divine knowledge about a conspiracy by them to kill him. He besieged their fortress for 25 days. When the starving tribe surrendered, Muhammad forced an old man from their own tribe to pronounce Muhammad's sentence. The sentence was death to every male member of the tribe, slavery for every woman and child, and plunder of all their property. The Prophet had an immense trench dug around the main market of Medina. The men and boys of the Banu Qurayza were rounded up and their hands twisted tightly behind them. Then one by one they were shoved to the edge of the trench and forced to kneel. They were offered the last chance to convert to the true faith, and if they refused, had their heads chopped off. As soon as one head rolled off, the corpse would be kicked into the ditch, and so it went. By the time dawn had colored the sky red in Medina, hundreds of corpses had piled up in a heap in a tangled cesspool of blood, hair, and shreds of flesh. Despite the horrific end in front of their eyes, none of the Jews chose to convert to Islam and face death valiantly. The blood of 900 innocent Jews stained Muhammad's hands on that black day. Their only crime was that they chose to retain their fundamental human right of choosing their own God and the religion of their ancestors. Hysterical women and children screamed as they watched their fathers, husbands and sons die. The majority of them were raped savagely and then bundled off to be sold as used goods. Muhammad had the husband of the Jewish Rayhana bint Amr hacked to pieces before her very eyes, hours after he had murdered her father. No doubt this was Muhammad's perverted version of a wedding present, because after these atrocities he raped the mortified girl and tried to force her to convert to Islam. Muhammadan historians still describe the savage rape of Rayhana bint Amr as her willing submission to Islam and wifehood to the Prophet. Apparently, according to them, it is very natural to imagine that a woman who has just seen her husband, father, brothers, and the tribe slaughtered violently before her very eyes would choose to convert to the religion of the murderer and marry him. In actual fact, Rayhana refused to convert to Islam and also refused to marry Muhammad, the murderer of her family. He kept her as a lowly concubine all his life. So much for the Apostle of Peace and his unbounded respect for women. Muhammad was nothing but a predator upon females, a serial rapist who acquired his victims by killing their families first. Allah, as usual, has provided yet another timeless divine revelation which gives his Prophet the right to rape and molest women of other religions. An-Nisa 4.24. And all married women are forbidden unto you except those captives whom your right hand possesses. It is a decree of Allah for you. In short, Allah, the merciful and compassionate, is saying, hey Muslims, it's a crime to go after married women, but if they happen to be your captives, which obviously all the non-Muslim women were, feel free to indulge yourself in rape and sexual torture of them. Lawful unto you are all beyond those mentioned. Allah is making it legal for Muslims to go ahead and rape non-Muslim women by divine law. One shudders to imagine what kind of minds invented such utterly sadistic, disgusting, and ungodly ideas. Muhammad justified all his crimes against the Jews with more of Allah's revelations. Although the following surahs were not revealed at the same time as the massacre of Bani Qurayza, they nevertheless give a general idea of Muhammad's views on Jews and why it is perfectly fine to kill, loot, and rape them. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O you who believe, take not the Jews and Christians for friends. They are friends one to another. He among you who taketh them for friends is one of them. Above verse clearly demonstrates the Muslims' hatred of Jews and Christians as prescribed by their Prophet. They also expose the hollow claims of Mohammedans that Islam is a peaceful religion that always coexisted with Judaism and Christianity. The innumerable unwarranted massacres of Jews by Muhammad tell the story in the clearest terms. These historical events form the basis of the Islamic code of behavior. Therefore, the genocide of Hindus, Christians, and Jews by Muslims all over the world should come as no surprise whatsoever. Even after the passage of 1400 years, in this 21st century, the fundamentalist followers of Muhammad are more than happy and willing to drag the whole of humanity into the abyss and depraved cult of Muhammad, using Muhammad's methodologies of lies, deception, terror, hate, discrimination, and slaughter to obtain their agenda. They cannot change because their Quran and Muhammad's Sunnah prohibit them from ever getting rid of the virus that has infected their brain. It is up to the remainder 80% of humanity, the so-called unbelievers, to quarantine them, re-educate them, and using all the instruments of our laws to deal with those amongst us who want to harm us.
Exterior to themselves to be happy. No person, place, or thing. And that true happiness is found within. Teach them that they are sufficient unto themselves. Teach them this and you will have taught them grandly. Teach your children that failure is a fiction, that every trying is a success, and that every effort is what achieves the victory. The first no less honorable than the last. Teach them this, and you will have taught them grandly. Teach your children that they are deeply connected to all of life, that they are one with all people, and that they are never separate from God. Teach them this, and you will have taught them grandly. Teach your children that they live in a world of magnificent abundance, that there's enough for everyone, and that it is in sharing the most, not in gathering the most, that the most is received. Teach them this, and you will have taught them grandly. Teach your children that there's nothing that they are required to be or to do to be eligible for a life of dignity and fulfillment, that they need not compete with anyone for anything, and that God's blessings are meant for everyone. Teach them this, and you will have taught them grandly.
Teach your children that they will never be judged, that they need not worry about always getting it right, and that they do not have to change anything or get better to be seen as perfect and beautiful in the eyes of God. Teach them this, and you will have taught them grandly. Teach your children that consequences and punishment are not the same thing, that death does not exist, and that God would never condemn anyone. Teach them this, and you will have taught them grandly. Teach your children that there are no conditions to love, that they need not worry about ever losing your love or God's, and that their own love, unconditionally shared, is the greatest gift they can give to the world. Teach them this, and you will have taught them grandly. Teach your children that being special does not mean being better, that claiming superiority over someone is not seeing them for who they really are, and that there is great healing in acknowledging mine is not a better way, mine is merely another way. Teach them this, and you will have taught them grandly. Teach your children that there is nothing they cannot do, that the illusion of ignorance can be eradicated from the earth, and that all anyone really needs is to be given back to themselves by being reminded of who they really Teach these things not with your words, but with your actions, not with discussion, but with demonstration. For it is not what you do that your children will emulate, but how you are that they will become.
Good night. This is the Cutting Edge on RFM. We're there with you next Wednesday. You're listening to Cat Core and its cello. Rastaman chant. Very popular chant in the Nyabingi house. We're there with you next Wednesday. We could be somewhere, but we choose to be here tonight.
Takes me to the edge.
Yeah. Roots rock reggae. Watch out.
What do we? How the time get perilous? What do we? How the time gets hard?
Yeah, so Friday we went to Montego Bay, take part in that commemoration of Carroll Garden. Once again, the struggle continue. We have so much things to get through in the night. I will have things we have to get through in the night, I understand, but world events, serious thing, world events. We say, I mean, I want to talk about Trump today. I want to talk about Trump tonight again, you know, believe you me. The brother there, it's not easy. We say every time the man says something, you know, every time the man, well, him not going to shut him out either, you know, because I say all him wife till him say must act better than that, you know, but the man chat some things in the day, you know, but if abortion illegal in America, woman should get punished. Not the man them, the woman. The man is easy, yeah. The man really not easy. If take up the whole thing, you know. You know, say, if me was another candidate, I would have jealous, you know, because if something bigger go on for me, you know, and Trump, like something bigger go on for one of them, like today, something bigger go on for Cruz, and then everything take up is this woman where him bodyguard, him representative supposed to grab her And appear that upon the TV. And then, meanwhile, after that, I got done now. You hear say, him go talk about abortion and that. I tell you, last night him say, Japan and South Korea, them should allow them to have nuclear weapons to protect themselves. And them should have done away with NATO. But I see where him dropping the place where them are going to run in next week. The brother named Cruz. Why is the first time I ever see a party a struggle to become presidential and them have more fighting go on in the party than with the other, like Republican, a fight against Republican more than all them a fight against the Democrat. I mean, like them arm every force to get rid of Trump, you know. It's like, we have to get this man by any means necessary. We have to get rid of him. I don't know what happened. But American politics is something different, totally different. Believe you me, sitting for the past couple of weeks and watch it is like you get a different perspective of how them people they design and run them things. Democrats totally different from Republican, how them run for them things. You can't get the majority vote and still not win. You know, it's like you get the majority vote, but you get more delegates, you win. You know what I mean? So it's like enough things. And then now we look on all the other side in Europe now where the little youth, them, most of them under 32, you know. And them I still use to do them dirty work. May I tell you? It's dangerous out there. It's dangerous out there, but it's dangerous all here so too. We see the police are going terrible. When I say terrible, I mean like them just find about 7,000 pounds of ganja down at the wharf there, down at Marcus Garvey there. 7,000 pounds of ganja. I wonder if them really weigh that thing they properly do. 7,000 pounds of ganja, enough ganja that, you know. Enough ganja that. But when them going to do it? Burn it. Because I see them refer to it as drug. A contradiction. Them find 7,000 pounds of ganja and this drug was this and that and that. May I say, wow. The language is still the barrier. The language is still the barrier, man. That's why Rastafari create them own language within the language. And people say semantics, but it's not really semantics. Rasta deal with is the sound, is the power of the word that come through the sound. Not necessarily understanding how to write it or spell it, but knowing that when you say it, it have more effect than when you write it. So the Rastaman say word sound have power. So Rastaman only look on ganja and say it's a drug. Just like him now said, oppressor. Because if you go press something most down, you go down press, you go press it down. So him say down presser and people say, what kind of foolish thought that you never go to school? But it's the word sound that have the power. You know, when you say you're going to live, or you're going to lie, or you're alive, it's the same way you spell it. But you don't spell it when you say it. It's how you use it, determine what you're talking about. So LIV is live and LIV is live. So man, those I am living. I am living. Him say I am living. And him say I am alive. The same spelling, but different way to use it. So it's the power, it's the sound and the power that decide the strength of what you're saying. It's like when a man said those beautiful words that them say is bad word. A man win lottery and him say the same word like when him buck him to. Him buck him to and bruise off him to, he him say the same word like when him win $100 million. So at what stage it bad? And people say Jesus. Jesus is a bad word because man buck him to him say Lord Jesus Christ. People shouldn't be allowed to say that. If you know what I mean. Because GEEZAS is what Jamaican people say, but it's not the spelling, it's the sound. If you understand what I'm saying. Word sound have power. So when a man say Jesus, Lord Jesus Christ, look what the boy do. Lord Jesus, them kill me one son. it's not necessarily Jesus, J-E-S-U-S, on the cross, them talk about, because then the rest of man will come around and say J-E-S-U-S is not Jesus, is Jesus. So everybody has spelled the thing and don't watch where the pronunciation of the thing in the context of which the thing is used. So when me say Jesus, me buck me toe. I look how them kill me one son. Jesus, look how them kill me one son. Me just I use it as a word, exclamation. It have nothing to do with no man pan no cross. It just have to do with a bad word. Jesus is a bad word. Most people use it as a bad word. As a matter of fact, it was good that them killed Jesus. That's why them call it Good Friday. Not everything. And Rastaman say, them brutalized Rasta upon the same Friday, and him says Bad Friday. You see what I'm talking about? It's the power that the word, it's the sound that give the word power, not the spelling of the word. And Rastaman, more than anybody else in Jamaica, understand the language on that level, that him can say ital and give it a stronger strength than natural. Understand? Him say I and I instead of me and you. Because him say you is second person, that there's no second person. Because everyone is I. When you see that one over there is I, you say, so I and I is one. So there's no you. You is two. And we don't work with two. It's just simple that. When the man say, the Rasta man say, the men them. Instead of, him say man and man, him not deal with plurality. There's no plural in Rastaman language. No plural. Rastaman not talk in plural, that is double talk. Rastaman talk in the singular. So when him say man and man, men and people, they say men, but him say men are gay guy. When I work with men and men, men is gay. Rastaman say man and man, meaning more than one man. And if him a refer to the next person, him not say you. Him say I and I. I just saw. So his words don't have power. Listen in language.
Yes, let Jah arise and all his enemies scatter, and they that take counsel against his imperial majesty Haile Selassie the first flee before him. But let his people be blessed with blessings 1,000 times 10,000. La 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 la. Pure joy and love I bring. La 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 la. Singing praises to my King. La 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 la. Pure joy I feel inside. La 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 la. I've chosen the Most High to be my guide, my life, my love, and all the upright songs I sing. My heart and my soul, and all in all is for the King of Kings. From the rising of the sun until the setting of the same, it's the children of uprightness must exalt the Most High name. We refuse to bow down to idols, grace and silver nor gold. It's the King of kings and Lord of lords, is the Redeemer of man's soul. Hail him, the eyes who I, the eyes who I, the I. The eyes who I, the eyes who I, the I, higher than I and I. The eyes who I, the eyes who I, the I. The eyes who I, the eyes who I. It pains my heart to see how they ill-treat the suffering ones, and it grieves my soul to feel such pain and tribulation, and it tears to my eyes to see how they neglect and reject the poor. The King of Kings and Lord of Lords, he ruleth from shore to shore. Hail him, the eye so high, the eye so high, the eye, the eye so high, the eye so high. Higher than I and I, the eye so high, the eye so high, the eye, the eye so high.
Brethren Carlisle Malakat, this is the Cutting Edge on RFM. We want to interview Roger Stephan in Jamaica. For those of you who don't know Roger Stephan, he has the biggest collection of reggae paraphernalia, music in the world. You understand? We want to talk to him because he is in Jamaica. And he want to dispose of the whole thing. He want to dispose of it to Jamaica.
Is it material things we're after while neglecting our soulful?
I wonder if Concrete Asphalt have any money on him there. Could I really make you just jump up and buy it? Because me I tell you, you ever go there and you ever see it? Me I tell you, man, the man of Bob Marley that do some things where you wouldn't believe, say them things they get recorded. Me I try to figure out all the way. Me I talk to him and say, where you get them things they from? Believe you me. Anyway, we want to talk to Roger Stephan.
The eye, higher than I and I. The eye so high, the eye so high, the eye, the eye so high, the eye so high.
Yeah, this is the Cutting Edge on RFM. We're there with you and we just talk about Roger and him artifacts, him museum piece, which should be in Jamaica. It's weird that them thing there is collected by a white man from Los Angeles. And it can't come to Jamaica because the people them who can, whether private sector or otherwise, government or otherwise, is not interested because it's reggae music. It's reggae music, you understand? Just like how them build almost sports center and pure music are playing at the center them. From Kingston to Montego Bay, most of the sports center them is mostly music playing at them. Yet still, them cannot have a facility to accommodate the music. How much time we are going to say that? We can't stop saying it. We can't stop saying it.
He who seeks justice know the value of justice too. Justice the fundamental axiom for the survival of freedom and government. From the wise mind of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I the First, concerning justice and equality. All men stand equal before the law. Religion is personal, the state is for all. In a peace without justice, there shall be neither peace nor justice. Since in the scale of creation all men are born equal, it is imperative that all laws be equitable in their application. For what is the foundation of freedom? And what are the reasons that men cherish it if they are not equal before the law? The natural origin of every man being man himself, and thus equal through creation. The only difference lies in the opportunities made available. The honor and interest of all persons depend on the wisdom of the laws. Whereas humiliation, shame, iniquity, and the denial of man's rights all originate from the absence or inadequacy of laws. Rastafari, he who is worthy of praise amongst men is the man who, animated by the sentiments of justice, perseveres in the way of equity. Unless the rights of the least of men are as assiduously protected as those of the greatest, the seeds of confidence will fall on barren soil. Honesty means not to oppress anybody, nor deny him his deserved share. When I speak of the betterment of man's life, I mean not merely the economic improvement of living standards. I refer, in addition, to the spiritual condition in which man lives. For just as a man without the means to feed his hunger and clothe his nakedness can take no pride in his existence as a human being, so also is one who is reviled and discriminated against because of his race or religion, robbed of his self-respect and human dignity. I must speak out on major world issues we yield to blandishments or threats, if we compromise when no honorable compromise is possible, then I influence will be sadly diminished, and I prestige woefully prejudiced and weakened. Let us not deny our ideals, nor sacrifice our right to stand as the champion of the poor, the ignorant, and the down-pressed everywhere. When no one upholds the cause of right and justice for their own sake, when the small, still voice of conscience speaks no longer, immorality and lack of principle have triumphed, and in this, history and all mankind is the loser. But if I raise our voices against injustice, wherever it be found, if we demand a stop to aggression wherever it occurs, and under whatever guise, and brand the aggressors as such, and if we do so on a wholly impartial basis, I can serve at the collective conscience of this world. From the wise mind of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I the First.
Always smoking. Lyrics like a bazooka. You are listening to Muta Baruka.
I stand thanks of giving to the Almighty Jaja. Continual praises to I rate her. None before him, and there'll be none after. Everlasting, yes, he is forever. Jah has been good to I and I can't complain. I felt joy and I felt pain. Standing my ground, got to live my life just the same. Yeah, I hear Jah. Alpha and Omega. Yeah, I hear Jah. Holding firm to that ancient order. Yeah. It's true Rasta vibes why I surviving.
You know, the race is not for the swift. Nor the fighting for the strong. But it's who can stay up to the end. So there's a story about the, well, I'm going to say turtle and the rabbit. The two of them set out for race. Now if you know how a turtle run, you know say, and you know a rabbit run. You know say, if you bet your money now, at the rabbit you bet pan. Well, the story is that the rabbit run so fast that him don't see the turtle. So he decides I'm going to lead down underneath a tree and go and rest and drop asleep. And the turtle just crawl and just pass the finishing line. And the rabbit still asleep.
Yeah, the eye screen on the moon, the symbol of the ionized. Alpha and Omega, beginning and variety. Through the rain or storm, Jah is always there. Bring sunshine in our lives to show He cares. As we move along, we have no fear. I hear Jah. Alpha and Omega. I hear Jah. Holding firm to that ancient order. Yeah, I hear Jah.
You know, so I want to play which part of rhythm they come from. Yeah, I want to play the original rhythm, where that tune they come from. Spinach from Prince Allah. This is the Cutting Edge on RFM. Good night. Good night.
Good evening, Muda.
Wait a man. Oh, gosh, man. Yes, sir. You're still in Jamaica, I assume.
A few more hours.
Okay. You can hear me properly?
Final, yes, I.
Okay, all right. So which part of Kingston are there now?
I'm on a street called Strathern in, I guess it's New Kingston.
Okay. I noticed you make the rounds them this time. You've been all over the place.
Oh my gosh, today was my university day.
All right, what you need to do now? You need to come nearer to the phone, or if you dip on a speaker, you take it off of the speaker. I don't know what's going on. It sounds low like.
Oh, well, it's somebody's cell phone, and, you know, I'm the only guy in Los Angeles who doesn't have a cell phone.
All right, well, this is not Los Angeles now, so you have to work with the cell phone. Try to put it up near to your mouth and make you talk about this thing. So, we're talking to Roger Stefan. Roger Stefan is the man where have the most reggae, most this, most that in reggae music, and rock steady, ska, everything, Jamaican. So, a man like you get to start? A man who did in the army, got Vietnam, and you tell me say you live in Morocco. I mean, a man like you get to go interested in a reggae to the point where you have the biggest collection of paraphernalia and thing of Bob Marley and other artists.
Well, that's a question I've asked myself several times because I never set out to do that movie. I'm 73 years old. I'm first generation rock and roll, and I grew up in New York City with Alan Freed and Jocko Henderson on the radio and listening to mostly black music as a young white kid in Brooklyn and then in New Jersey. And the soul, the harmonies, the gospel music on Sunday morning as my parents were getting me dressed to go to church, to Mass. That's what moved me. And in the 60s, I loved the consciousness that came into the music with the folk movement and with Bob Dylan. And that kind of all died around 1970 when the huge corporations bought out all the independent record labels and really denatured the revolutionary aspect of the music. And I was looking for something to reignite my musical passion. And in 1973, like many Americans of my generation, we fell under the spell of The Harder They Come and the soundtrack to that movie and the Catch a Fire album by Bob Marley and the Wailers. And I've always been a public speaker and a writer. And when a subject interested me, I would save it. In this case, I took an article from Rolling Stone called The Wild Side of the Paradise that became that book, Jah Revenge, and Babylon and the Thin Wire by Michael Thomas with Adrian Booth's photographs and Arthur Gorson's photographs. And that blew me away. I had never even heard the word reggae before. I was astonished that something from a place so close to the United States had never penetrated. And I wanted to find out everything I could about it. I came here for the first time 40 years ago. Michael Badley declared the national state of emergency and came to Kingston to buy records. And found out that I probably could buy more reggae in San Francisco at that time than I could find in Jamaica. And in 78, I met a man named Hank Holmes who had 8,000 reggae records and had never left Los Angeles in his life. And we tried for a year to get it on the air, and finally the National Public Radio Station, KCRW in Los Angeles, gave us a show. And that show, for most of its run, was 4 hours commercial-free on Sunday afternoon. It was the most popular non-commercial radio show in all of Los Angeles. And our first guest was Bob Marley. And we started a television show in 1980 called LA Reggae, and C.C. Smith and I started the Beat magazine in 1982. 1984, I was asked to found the Reggae Grammy Committee and served as its chairman for 27 years. And we started a syndicated show called Reggae Beat International that went to 130 stations all over the world. So all of these things, and a short stint as National Promotions Director of Island Records. I did the Night Nurse album, I did Confrontation, I did King Sunny Ade for them.
Yeah.
And a short stint at Elektra doing True Democracy, which I still think is the best Steel Pulse album.
Yeah.
I've been involved in the music in just about every way possible except promotion.
All right.
So that's a quick look at my reggae background.
All right, you're mind-boggling about when we see at your place now, especially like over the years when we come at your house. When I ever talk about the boat now, me see you have some things and you play some things. I mean, I wonder how you get them something there, because them things they only happen in Jamaica. Them recording there and them rehearsal with Bob, and Bob never got far and go rehearsal. Me hear you play some rehearsal that what happen, not even in a Hope Road, but some place where just him one sit down and just drum some guitar. And how you come to getting these things? Tell me.
Well, that's a huge question, as you can imagine, Muga. In the 70s and the 80s, particularly in North America, if you didn't collect on tape or VHS, you were going to miss 90% of the music that came out of Jamaica because the pressings were so small. So disc jockeys and collectors around make tapes of the records they found that share with each other. And, you know, I didn't make a note of the music that now fills 7 rooms, floor to ceiling at my house. It's a lot of people sharing a lot of great music with each other. So I was just part of that wonderful chain that made reggae live in other countries.
All right, where I explain, like, for instance, now, me in a Jamaica rehearse, and me go to Los Angeles, and me here, you have a tape with me a rehearse in my house. Oh, you get that?
Job provide.
No, but tell me that, hey, watch out, man. Me know say you not a Christian, so nobody tell me about job provide, not, man. Me why you know how you get me in my house a rehearse. And when me look, me don't see nobody in my house but me a rehearse. And when me go to Los Angeles, me see have a tape with me a rehearse in my house. How you get it? Not tell me say a job provider.
I have absolutely no idea how I got that.
Because this man, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who don't know, it's a Roger Stefan.
You know,
Roger Stefan have some things that Bob Marley. Maybe Bob Marley never remember saying they do them things there.
Yeah, which one?
Which one? I want no Wally Patting. Wally Patting when me see have a Bob a rehearse, attack. Yeah. And think I wonder, oh, this man get them things. I mean, not see him fly come to Jamaica every minute. Him not live at Jamaica. I mean, I hear you tell me how much T-shirt you have with Bob Marley Panalo. How much T-shirt you have?
1,500.
15.
Bob Marley shirts probably about 600.
From all over the world.
Altogether about 100 T-shirts.
Yeah, all right. What may I say? People just send it because they know you're a collector. Because I know you don't got most of the country them where you get the T-shirt from.
Which country?
No, I'm saying that I know that a lot of the T-shirts you have of Bob Marley, is it because people know that you're a collector why them send it? Because I know that a lot of the T-shirts you have from the different part of the world, you never been to that country. So, like, people just send you the T-shirts because them know you're a collector.
Or people travel who know that I'm interested in these things.
Yeah.
And they bring them back to me. In fact, Muda, this is funny. Just before I left Los Angeles last week, I got a letter, a package from Packy Valley, who does the Midwestern Reggae Festival in Cleveland every year. He had just been to Dubai in the Arab Emirates, and he sent me this jet black T-shirt. And there's a line of Arabic writing. It almost looks like something from ISIS. And it's all across the chest in Arabic. And it means one love.
The one writing. You're afraid for it because you think they want to blind your ISIL. Because Arab writing on it. All right, I ask you something. Because All right, the other day, you and two of your brethren, including Colin, come up at my house. I'm going to see about a t-shirt. The throne of a t-shirt with Muta Baruka. I do some poetry reading somewhere. Me never see the t-shirt yet. I'm going to say, oh, you get those t-shirts. Because me did the show. The promoter made the t-shirt them. And at the first me I see the t-shirt them. So me I say, but wait. Oh, 3 people come on my yard with a t-shirt. Yes. When me do a show, when me never do. When me never have. Me want to find a promoter the Rasta. Because I don't understand them thing there. I don't understand them thing at all. But I find say you're a good collector. Yeah, where was it?
Well, I'm going to make sure when I get home that you get all the t-shirts you want from that concert. Yeah, all 3 of us for the Buddha Baruka, the Charlemont Reggae Festival in the Berkshire Mountains of western Massachusetts. And the cameraman and the director and I all showed up at Buddha's house wearing his t-shirt that he had never seen before. That's the world of reggae, Buddha. You know that.
Yeah, I know. But I know this one man garbage is the next man goal. And there's a lot of things that I say Jamaican people discard. And then the next man take it up and make it into some serious golden souvenir. You know, I mean, like I the first show I did in America in New York. I go a bridging house and I see him have the poster. And I mean, you never ever think say you could have saved the poster them and now my lady starts saving everything. She say everything. Every time I go somewhere she say bring back the poster. Because that is one of the things you fill up your museum. A lot of the old posters and the den posters of Marley, when he did shows for the first time in certain places, you actually save the poster then.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've saved everything that I've come across for the past 43 years that had anything to do with reggae, Rasta, Jamaica, Ethiopia, all the things that a study of great roots Rasta reggae music leads to. Mm-hmm. It's changed my life as it has for so many millions of people moving around the world.
Yeah.
And the main object of my collecting in this century has been the internationalization of reggae music. Yeah. That fascinates me, the places that it has found its way to adapt the local culture into the basic heartbeat of reggae rhythms. It's an amazing story, and I continue to follow it to this day.
All right, me could go to this thing that you want to, that it appears to me that it's become a burden now, and you need to deal with it in a way that Jamaicans can benefit. And this is the collection that you have, 40 years of collection of Jamaican culture, music, you know, whatever is the culture of Jamaica. You have the largest collection and you want to Jamaica to have first choice to set up that what you have in Jamaica. And I've noticed that you have been trying to get it in Jamaica for years now, years. How far you reach with that?
Like about 25.
Yeah, how far you reach with it? Oh, I mean, you've been to Jamaica so much times trying to deal with people. How far you reach with? Is there any takers in Jamaica?
Well, you know, as you say, I really wanted to come to Jamaica. It's Jamaica's national heritage. It belongs in Jamaica, and I've tried so many times to find a way to do it. But I have a couple of things that are not negotiable. The collection must remain intact. It cannot be broken up. And it must be made available to the public while all the artist rights are respected. Those are my bottom line. And so far, the offers I've had were unwilling to do all of that. So I have some very serious people in America right now who are making strong advances, and I'm giving Jamaica this week one last chance to try to get it together. I'm asking the same price that I asked in 2001 when I first met with the Institute of Jamaica, because I wanted to come here.
All right, wait, stick up in. When you went to When you went to the Institute of Jamaica, what did they say to you?
They said that they wanted the collection. They would try to get a UNESCO grant for cultural preservation. And they found out that if they were given that grant, they couldn't make any money off the collection. They couldn't commercialize it in any way. So that fell through.
So what happened to the government itself? That
fell through.
So what happened to the government itself? That this thing could be a money-earning, money-making thing for Jamaica. I mean, the money that you asking for it, I have seen saying 1 year them could have made back that. So what did they say to you, the government? I mean, when you approach the government, what did they say?
Well, they wouldn't agree to keep it intact, and they didn't want to see it on eBay in 6 months.
Why them though? Wait, hold on. When you say them though, them not agreeing to keep it intact, what they want to do? Separate the different aspect of it, or tell me, explain that.
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask what they meant by breaking it up.
Who I must ask?
I don't want it broken up ever.
Tell me who I must ask, because I will go ask them. Roger? You get so dumb, Rasta.
Yeah, I'm sorry, your voice broke up.
I'm saying, you say I must ask them. I am asking you, tell me who I must go and ask, because I will go and ask them.
You tell me who the powers that be are these days. Listen, what I would really like to see is the collection.
Man, I go around the question. Roger.
Have a benefactor.
Roger.
Somebody who loves Jamaica.
Roger.
And give it to the university. Yes, I.
You know, listen, watch out now. Me know say he's a man straightforward, you know, and he's a straightforward man from me know you. Me just ask you a simple question a while ago. I don't know why you don't want to tell me who I must go to figure ask why, what is the purpose of separating the whole thing? Whom should I go and ask?
Which person?
Well, if you want to tell me the person to that better, but tell me, well, the ministry, which ministry you just suggested it to, and they say they want to separate the whole thing.
Oh, I mean, the culture, Ministry of Culture.
Okay, so that would be Babsy Grange then. That would be Babsy Grange.
I don't really think it should be under any politician's control.
Okay.
I think it needs academics. It needs people who are historians, people who are reggae professors, people who understand the importance of music to your entire country's history and the integral part it plays. And I think you'll find that among academics more than politicians.
Well, I don't know if the academics have the money. I don't know
the music and buy it for the country.
I don't know if the academics have the money though. Are the academics not necessarily the ones?
No. But the academics can talk to the people who have money.
By that time, your son are gonna be your age. By the time them talk to the people, your son going to be your age, man. And you say you laugh. You say you 70 years old. I mean, like, your days is here. You need to get it together.
Yeah, man.
But it's really a shame and a shocking shame that there's no takers in Jamaica for such a archive. I mean, there's no takers. I mean, wow, this is serious, man. It's very serious. Is it a problem with that?
It is. I mean, people are just appalled when they come to Jamaica and they try to find something like the Reggae Museum, the Reggae Center, whatever you want to call it, and there isn't any. A place where people can hear the music, study the music, see the artifacts, buy the records, talk to music makers, see the vast history displayed on the walls. I mean, my exhibition of my archive in 2001 at the Queen Mary in Long Beach drew thousands of people. I tell you,
I have been
there. We filled I think a 5,800 square foot place with 1% of my collection.
Have you spoken to Urban Miller?
Yeah, Herbie gave us a tour for the Livicated film yesterday of his museum downtown. And he's frustrated as hell because he can't find anybody who finance his Jamaican music museum.
All right,
he says he's been trying for years, and I know he has. And he's
Urban
just
Miller,
taken a wall every time.
Urban Miller is trying to do something downtown that is like not even 1/10 of what you have. And it's still not getting anywhere with them.
Right.
What you have would have full up the whole space of Urban Miller there and have more uptown. You'd have to go to Digital building for put where you have there. You understand? And me I say now, I'm say to you already, we see so much money pumped in the sports. And I am not crying down the sports. But they have places that is built for sports over and over. And most of the time when you look at those sports places, it's music are playing there. Urban Miller downtown I try to get the thing together. And in my ball say the recognition that is necessary and important to make the thing move. Nobody now play it, not even band buying them a play it. Now here comes you now with the biggest archives of anything dealing with reggae music, rocksteady music, anything. And you are reach like 70 a day old now. Maybe you have to go run for President Sanders like Sanders. I don't know. I mean, it's terrible. It's weird. I don't know. I think you should have got to some of these young private sector managers. You know, the people that are my age and your age now, them gone. Them not really interested in that thing again. I think you should have tried penetrate the young managers up today in the private sector. You know, how you see that?
Well, you know, a lot of these people grew up on Bob Marley. They love Bob Marley.
Yeah, they love Bob
Marley. They could have the biggest Bob Marley museum on earth if they got my archive. And that would open the door to a lot of other artists to get recognition.
Yeah, hold on,
which is what I want. I want the world to remember Joe Higgs.
Wait, hold on.
All the other great artists.
Wait. Roger Stephens on the line here, the man who have the biggest collection of anything named reggae music, named T-shirt, paraphernalia, anything to deal with reggae, Jamaican culture, him have it time yard. So, and he's trying to let it go in Jamaica. For what him says to me is a very small price, believe you me. So I don't know how well, I tell you, you know. So you say you have some people who's interested in it in New York, in America?
Oh yeah, there's two separate sets, and they're both very keen on it. And, both of them would be good fits, and they both would live up to my necessary things, and keeping it intact and making it available to the public. But I'm trying to give Jamaica one final chance to get it together by May 1st and find a way to bring it down here at that
by May 1st. You've been by May 1st. After 20 years, I hear you are doing this thing here. I years me do you that. I years me hear you try to bring it cover Jamaica and it not work. But I know. It's terrible. Anyway, Roger, I wish you good tidings and blessing, and I hope that someone out there, if it's even the private sector, will recognize the importance of that collection and make an effort to make you dispose of it in Jamaica. If not, what can I say? If you send it to America, make it stay America. I don't know what I can say about that. You know, I mean, I don't know what I can say. So, you know, we hope that somebody will take heed and don't make the things stay in America, because you do the hard work already for collect all of them things there. It's time now people recognize how important it is that if a man can spend most of his life I collect Jamaican cultural things, and now him want to bring it to Jamaica and him do have no takers. It's terrible. It's terrible, you know? So
yeah. Well, Buddha, I just want to say publicly how very grateful I have been all these years for your friendship. I remember you did your first interview on the radio in America with me in 1982.
First time I come America, you did
the start of a very fruitful relationship, and I know you have been pushing for Jamaica for years to get it together to do the collection, and I'm so grateful to you for that support. Your voice means so much to so many people. Your integrity is manifest, and I thank you for it. It's been wonderful for you to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, man, and we hope say everything work out for you. We know it's going to work out one way or another. It's going to work out. You remember the brethren that you say I must do the jingle for from the Ivory Coast?
Yes.
I like it.
DJ Spongy Reggae.
I want him. You have a number for him. If you can tell Colin must call me and give me his number.
I may. I'll check it out, and I'll do that as soon as we get off.
Yeah, I want him to do something for me because I'm going up there and I want him to do something for me. Very important something.
Good. Well, I think, he's pretty popular on the radio in Abidjan, so, I'm sure the people bringing you over there probably know him. If I can't find his number, you'll be able to find once you get there.
All right,
DJ Spongy Reggae.
DJ Spongy Reggae. Right that wrong for me now. DJ Spongy Reggae.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go look for him then. I'll find him.
And have a wonderful time in the Ivory Coast.
Yeah, man. Give thanks, man. And I see you somewhere in the world because I know that you're a man that travel all over the world, present Bob Marley to the world. Australia, New Zealand, you name it. But yeah, by the way, this story about this cassette that them put in the racket, tell Jamaican people about it for me now.
About the what?
The CD, not CD, the DVD, I'm going to say VD, the DVD that was shot of Bob Marley put it in the capsule that will come back to the earth.
That's the first I've heard of it. Unless it's one of the people on the space station who brought his music up there.
Yeah,
that must be what it is.
They put one of his performers.
Yeah, I've read something about that. One of the astronauts is a real Bob Marley fan. They played his music on the space station.
Very, very important. Very important. That means that when it come back, when we gone and people see that, them going to really... And it's Bob Marley. It's from Jamaica. Can you believe that? Bob Marley all in a space.
Yeah, man.
Bob Marley all in a space. It's amazing. It's amazing. Anyway, give thanks, Roger. Give thanks.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. All right.
Muta, thank you very much for taking this time tonight. I love you.
Yeah, man.
I love to you and all your listeners and all my friends in Jamaica. I was called an honorary Jamaican recently, and I can't think of anything that would make me prouder.
Yeah, man. Give thanks. Yeah, that was Roger Stephens from out Los Angeles. As we say, him have a collection to, really, and from I know Roger, well, not from I know him, but years now, he's trying to make it available to Jamaica. And it's like, the people them who supposed to deal with it, if you even take Herbie Miller, look at Herbie. Herbie Miller, them have Herbie Miller down at town, do a reggae museum and it. But Herbie Miller do down there, so it's nothing compared to what this man have. Not when I say not, like it's like a pin to a 10-inch nail. Believe you me, it's like what Herbie Miller have done there, so when called reggae museum. It's like you have a common pin. Where Roger have a California, it's like a 10-inch nail. And you know if you put a 10-inch nail beside a common pin, it come like nothing. And Herbie Miller, I find it very difficult for project and progress with this thing. And what this man you have, which I have seen, and many away who venture into California and go up on the boat and say, really, Really, man, it make you feel like, wow. And you know what? It's all about which part the music are come from, you know. It's all about where the music is coming from. The music are come from a group of people from in the 50s that was despised and rejected and outcasted. It's a terrible thing. The residue and this dreadful thing that them call dreadlocks. Dreadful. Still don't come off of the minds of these people. Them love Bob Marley because the world. Bob Marley was very popular. I hate you when people that talk about Jamaican people never recognize Bob Marley, see. I hate you when them say that. Bob Marley was recognized in Jamaica. The Wailers was recognized in Jamaica before recognized abroad. It's uptown people and politicians never did recognize Bob Marley. And when Bob Marley bust out in a foreign there and become who Bob Marley is now, look at anything like ganja. When ganja illegal and them still call it drug, me go in a tourist board office in a Montego Bay and see Bob Marley picture with a big ganja spliff in her mouth. These people is terrible. Terrible set of people them. Look what Rastafari has done. And at extension reggae music. And it's very difficult. I am told that the Emancipation Park was earmarked to put what I am always lobbying for, a music hall. And many people say, no, we can't put that in the old digger them come up and mash up New Kingston. Imagine that. Imagine that. And when them are concerting there, the same dirty people them bring in there to come play and do free concert and do all that thing. A reggae artist, most of the time when in the pack of people, a reggae artist pack it up. Reggae artists pack up that Emancipation Park. And we are told that it was earmarked for a musical. And the business people them ball out. And them still a ball out. Dirty Rasta them will come up, they come like how them ball out both uptown when name the when Usain Bolt Usain Bolt time yard. You know, Bob Marley say, I want to disturb my neighbors. I tell you, say that terrible song that. Well, I disturb him neighbors, but it's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing. And you know what happened now? He might get an offer in America. And it got put up in America. And the same diaspora and Jamaican people, they are in New York and California. They go there and say, do you mean say this couldn't they at Jamaica? At Jamaica this for there. When them go in at the museum and say, we are going, or they go say, them think I should have there at Jamaica. And them not see it important or necessary to do what it is necessary to bring it to Jamaica. Anyway, the struggle continues. To the Congos. This is the Cutting Edge on IRFM. We have on the line Dr. Michael Barnett. Good night.
Yes, good night, Motor. How everything?
Everything is going on fine, man.
Yeah, man. We give thanks, you know.
So we'll go through another Carol Garden commemoration.
Yes.
Yeah. So, you see the thing going now? What I hear on the attack and I hear the lady, what was the forward move happening there? What was supposed to happen again?
Well, we were deliberating. The panel was myself, Arlene Harrison Henry, who is the public defender. Marcus Goff was also on the panel, and Dr. Clinton Hutton was the moderator for the panel, and the objective of that discussion was the way forward. Having tabled a report on Carroll Gardens to Parliament, and Parliament, as you know, will have to look at the report for further action to be made, and this is important. But the purpose of that gathering was to garner suggestions from the Rastafari community as to what additional recommendations could be made to the ones that Arlene Harrison had tabled in her report, and to add to her recommendations or modify them. But as you know, unfortunately, we never got to talk that much about the report. But let me say, before I say anything else, that I like the fact that she came through with a report. She finished it up. It was a work in progress. So the fact is that it would have already been started when she came on board, but she followed through. She finished the report. She's handed it to Parliament. So she should be commended on doing that,
Of course.
I always commend people on putting the first foot forward.
And it's in there and now.
It's there now. And in fact, I can tell you that I have... I've had myself deliberations with Mike Henry,
yes,
who is now the cabinet minister for work.
I play him thing from 2007 last week.
Yes. Well, he was actually trying to make it down to the event on Friday, but he was under the weather, so he wasn't able to make it. But what he did do was he sent me a text message to deliver to the community, I don't know if you heard that, but I still have the text message on my phone. I can read it.
Yeah, man, read it, man, because...
Yeah, man. So what Minister Mike Henry has said, his message to the populace, the Rasta community, was, now that I have assumed office as a cabinet minister, it's even more incumbent on me to pursue reparations, both internal and external, in my dual capacity as citizen and being part of the decision-making body of the country. And then he goes further to say, and I will begin to seek to see it brought to the final decision-making body. Acting on this from the inside, it's my intention to push for the Minister of Justice to bring all the issues to one table, as the Parliament has voted on the demand for external reparations from chattel slavery, and I have always coupled all my beliefs in an equal need for reparations for coral gardens and all other abuses of the rights of Rastafari as well. I commit then to take my fight as strong internally as I have sought to do for external reparations. Yours truly, Mike Henry.
You are why you do my brethren?
Yes.
I want you forward that text to me, you know.
Yes, man. I'm going to forward the text to you, man. You know?
Forward that text to me
because it's there.
We're not going to come out fighting our brethren.
No, I don't come off of it.
You know, especially with him, you know.
Okay. Well, after my thing is, you know, all said and done, Mike has been forthcoming on the reparation struggle, and we give thanks. I mean, he's been vocal about, more vocal than any other minister in government.
I have heard him for the years. I have to hear him, but I'm saying that, you see, if we don't continue vocalizing what we believe and what we want, we don't want no laps go on.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I played it. It's from this government win, you know.
Yes.
I've been on it from the two program them, you know.
Same.
I play Jalide. I don't know if you did hear the thing I play with Jalide from them time there.
I probably missed that, you know.
You know who Jalide do? You know?
Yes, man. I don't know Jalide, man.
Jalide was in Africa trying to connect with the leaders of Africa in terms of reparation.
Yes.
The reason why I played that tape was to show that the reparation people should actually involve African leaders in the reparation, just like how Rastafari was involving African leaders spearheaded by Jalide in Africa. We should take up the reparation committees. Should not leave what Jalide was doing in Africa to just go like that.
Yes.
There should be a connection and make it even stronger.
Yes.
African leaders is connecting with the reparation that is this part of the world. So, and then now I played Mike Henry last week.
Yes.
Because in 2007, Mike Henry came up and done Dump Up Beach, and he made that speech.
Okay.
And I don't want the word sound and the power that we project out there to just draggle. So because even the public defender carrying this thing to Parliament, we're not gonna make quiet. I don't believe how much problem them have, how much 1.5 million and $18,000 where them can't find. We want this thing to stay upon the burner.
Yes.
We want it to stay upon the burner because this is the year 50 years.
50 years since His Majesty's visit to Jamaica.
Yes. So we don't want this thing out. Anyway, you know what I talk about. You know?
Yes, man.
So may I ask you, please, forward the text to me.
I'm going to forward that to you more.
Don't rub it off on your phone.
No, man. It's still up on the phone. In fact, yeah,
all right.
Yeah, man.
So now, I could come to this 50-year anniversary.
Yes.
You have been spearheading this what you call the reenactment.
Yes, following the footsteps of His Majesty.
Because this is not the first somebody. This has been done before. As a matter of fact, we have done outside broadcasts.
Same.
In a motorcade from the airport, IRFM.
Yes.
Motorcade from the airport, and this is something that now you is taking up with His Majesty's grandson.
Yes.
All right. I on the program too.
Yes.
And he was telling me the itinerary of what is going to happen from the airport to the different places.
Yes. And I want to make that clear, and I'm glad you said that because there are some It's unfortunate, but some ones out there who seem to be confused in the issue with the motorcade. But here it is, the motorcade that will involve His Imperial Highness Prince of Myers. Because as you know, Muta, I am the designated coordinator for the royal visit of Prince of Myers.
Okay.
I mean, others can be doing other things, but
I never know that.
man, I am, and I can tell you that, and I have, the all written authorization and so forth. Because the fact of the matter is, ones may not know this, but I was the one who brought him here in 2008. Remember, Prince of Myers came in 2008.
Yes.
And he spoke, and he traveled around Kingston primarily. Yes, man, I coordinated that visit, and we've known each other for years.
Yes.
So it's this is like not just an aberration. The thing is, he knows me, I know him,
yes,
and he entrusts me to carry out the visit in a professional manner and execute it with due consideration and professionalism. See? So my thing is that everybody has their role to play, but I have been host to His Imperial Highness on several occasions. Yes. In fact, I hosted him at Florida International University twice. He came. I also hosted him at University of Miami.
Yes.
Brought him here in 2008 to Jamaica. So
tell me something.
So the thing is that at the end of the day, you're gonna go with somebody who has a feel for what can be done and coordination.
All right. So tell me, what is the problem that is arising now?
Well, one of the issues that has arisen, I'm going to tell you about the route that we have put together, and I should just say that I am part of a committee. The organizing committee is called His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I 50th Visit Anniversary Commemoration Committee, which actually is Ayman and many members of the Rastafari community. Just to mention a few, we have Sister Mitzi Williams, we have Ras Ivy, we have Priest Douglas Smith of Roots Foundation, we have Ras Purty, House of Dread, we have Ras Gaff, we have Marcus Gaff, we have Ras Medin, Youth Initiative Council, and many, we have Brother Kamau, Janai, and we have many members, community members, just three of us really that from the university. So the first thing that is out there is that this committee is not a university committee, it's a Rastafari community committee. And I want to put it out there, but before I came to the University of the West Indies, man was Rastafari. And I'll be Rastafari after I leave the University of the West Indies. So some people seem to misconstrue that.
Hold on. We don't want the abstract talking.
All right then.
What may I say?
Yes, I.
Who is the other ones up at the university where you say it's part-time?
The other ones is Jelani Naya, Clinton Hutton, and Calamari Knife.
All right.
Yeah.
Copy now. Who is the them now that is switching, that is moving the thing differently that you talk about?
Well, the them is ones like Maxine Stowe, Prophet Greg, Rocky, and those ones who address themselves as the Millennium Council.
So the Millennium
I've seen it, but what I would say though very quickly is that they put out on the 16th of this month a circular of activities for the 50th.
The 16th of next month.
The 16th of this month, March, they put out a circular, and this is when I became aware that there were some issues. My thing is that them have an event on Sunday, the launch of a groundation. That's fine. That's great. They have a groundation, them say, town hall meeting and so forth, and on Monday them have a nutraceutical symposium.
No, hold on.
Them have a couple events, but here where the issue coming now. On Thursday.
It's March, you talk about
yeah, the March. On the Thursday, April 21st.
No, but you said this month. This month you keep saying.
Yeah, this month is when them send out the circular.
Okay.
I'm just saying, them send this out. Them send out an itinerary of events for the 50th.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. No, my thing is, them have some great events, but here's the problem now. With Thursday the 21st, them have a motorcade. And them put down Prince of Maya, Salis Selassie, as part of this motorcade, going to Trenchtown. We have no intention of going to Trenchtown. Let me say that very, very emphatically. Our motorcade has a specific route, and we do not intend to divert to Trenchtown, and nobody can come hijack this motorcade, which is a Nyabingi House initiative. This is a Nyabingi House. This is not a Millennium Council initiative. This is a Nyabingi House. The motorcade is a Nyabingi House. So on the 21st, we will not be going to Trenchtown. Rather, we will be going to National Heroes Park. From National Heroes Park, we will be proceeding to Michael College. From Michael College, we'll be going to Jamaica College to UTEC, and culminating at the University of the West Indies.
And the reason for that is that
these are where His Majesty is visited.
That was the route where His Majesty...
Yes, His Majesty never went to Trenchtown, and we want to protect the integrity of this event. We're not going to just throw in Trenchtown just like that haphazard. Now, them come with that idea, but here's the thing about it. Them could have suggested it, but no, them didn't do that. They were presumptuous enough. They had the audacity and the disrespect to throw that on them agenda, right? And put that out there as though we are going to Trenchtown without due consultation with our committee, right? And that attitude really, really, I have to say, upsets me. I am upset with the arrogance. I am upset with this sheer, them think them rule Rasta. You see, the irony is more to them coming like them is the Vatican. The Vatican, I should say. You know what I mean? Them think them is Pope Paul. Them come for them and try to be a dictatorship. A Rastafari is not a dictatorship. And you can't just come and say you are a rule Rasta, so. And you expect...
Make I ask you a question. In any time at all...
Yes.
Of the Millennium Council came to you and say, who inviting the Haile Selassie grandson to Jamaica? Has the Millennium Council come to you and ask?
No, them come to me directly at all. No consultation with Iman. Them put out this circular on the 16th of March, and ever since I've seen it, may I tell you, you know what I mean? People say, what happened to you? I'm upset, upset. Put out the audacity and the arrogance, you know what I mean? No, man, it can't work, man. Them kind of attitude can't work. And I'll be honest to you, Muta, this is not the first time that I have been upset by this kind of behavior. Outrageous behavior.
All right, so
because, let me just say one thing. The Pinnacle thing was sidelined. I was an instrumental member of the negotiating team with the government as part of the Leonard Hall Foundation. You had 3 bodies who were negotiating with the government for Pinnacle to become a national heritage site. You had the Leonard Hall Foundation, which I was representing. You had the Rastafari Youth Initiative Council. I know Medin was representing there at least a couple of the meetings, Ras Medin. And then you had the Millennium Council. Now that was fine. But then them push out an email. Don't know if you remember. This is back in the 13th of March 2014. And I remember, and this is where them really lose the plot. Them put out an email called Desecration of Pinnacle, asking for the Occupy Pinnacle group to be forcibly removed from Pinnacle.
That was the youth then when they ended up there?
Yeah, to be forcibly removed,
I remember
right?
That. I remember that.
And this email went out worldwide and it went to many government officials. Iman was embarrassed. Rather than go to the youth and take them one side and have a private reasoning, right? Have a private reason, say Rasta to Rasta. Boy, we feel a way about the item in a Pinnacle. Can we work it out? No, them push out an email saying these youth need to be forcibly removed.
But I never
right?
feel no way when the youth them up there. I did feel good say the youth them up there.
But basically, to be honest, you want to see that as a sellout.
Yeah, all right.
Sellout. But anyway, so what we have to know.
Yeah,
basically, we got railroaded with the Pinnacle because since they put out that email, you know, the negotiations with Pinnacle stalled. That was 2014, you know. From that email go out, no negotiations have taken place with the government since. Them don't want to take responsibility for that. You know, my thing is people, we all make mistakes. But now if you have some humility and you say, boy, we messed up, you know, we're sorry about that. Issue an apology. No apology. In fact, them just put out an email recently saying they want to resume talks with Pinnacle, but they must be in the front seat. Them have to be in the front seat. Is that not arrogance? That is arrogance.
Yeah, let me say something to you.
Yeah.
You are saying that them put out a thing, say, the motorcade that you was responsible for.
Me and Anaya Bingi out.
It was going to Trenchtown.
Them put out one saying it's going to Trenchtown.
And you are saying now that nobody from the Millennium Council came to you and sit down with you and say, we see that you're having this thing. We would like to see if you can make us a move after you do all of this university and thing. The grandson passed through Trenchtown. Nobody ever come to you.
No.
And said not like that.
No consultation. And just put that out there. They're just making a wild assumption. Say the motorcade will be rerouted to Trenchtown. So, I mean, that's a very big assumption because, one, Trenchtown was not on the route that His Majesty made 50 years ago, and any historian will be able to put that out there, and them should know that. Secondly, no consultation with the committee who were responsible for bringing His Majesty's grandson here, because they are not responsible for bringing him here. They have nothing to do with bringing him to Jamaica.
How long he will be here?
He will be here for about a week, you know.
Okay. So
about a week, yes.
And how long the thing down Trenchtown going to last for?
Boy, you know, we will take a good look at it, but it look like it's a week and a few days, you know.
So make I ask you a question. After the motorcade, the day, because that what you talk about is 1 day.
Yeah. Oh, that's 1 day. But here the other thing. You haven't even heard of all of it. No. So after the motorcade, where His Majesty's grandson is due to attend a civic ceremony at Haile Selassie High School on the Friday, the 22nd, a formal event on the Friday, where we'll be unveiling a pillar, a replica pillar that His Majesty laid when he founded the school back in 1966.
That is the Friday.
The Friday, April 22nd, we're going to have a grand ceremony, right? So then put that on them agenda, and them also add there will be a visit to Jamaica College and Michael College
on Thursday.
On the Friday. No, then put it on the Friday when on our agenda is clearly going to be on the Thursday.
You mean the Millennium Council put it on the Friday?
Sorry, then put Jamaica College, then UTech on the Friday. So them not only them reroute the motorcade to Trenchtown, but them take off some of the stopping places and drop it in on the Friday.
All right. Remember what I find out. You see? All right. You have something set.
Yes, we have something set, and our program was issued from way back. So here's the thing. It is obvious that they had access to the program because what they've done is just edited it. They've edited the program we done on Thursday and Friday.
But let me say something to you, man.
Yeah, sorry.
I want to say something to you, man. How much days the things them that you organize, how much days it involve with the
Prince.
How much days? Yeah.
4 days. We have 4 days of activity. Maybe 5, but 4 days definite.
All right. In that, after those 4 days of activity, will the Millennium Council still have the function going on in Trenchtown?
No, I have not checked the schedule that closely because, to be honest with you, once once I see
me understand.
What I think just from memory, their thing finishes on Monday the 25th. Some intellectual property rights or something.
And your thing finish when? When your thing
But we'll be in Montego Bay Sunday evening, and His Highness Prince Amias will be making several stops in Montego Bay. He'll be going on Monday. He'll be more than likely be at the Nyabingi, which is set to pit 4.
What date that is? What date?
Monday evening, the 25th, Prince Amias will be in Montego Bay.
And you say the Millennium Council thing is going on to the 25th too?
Yeah. So nothing I go work that way there in terms of his schedule.
No, I'm just trying to find out if a compromise can be made that after all of your things finish, if he's still here and that is still going on, if him could go to Trenchtown.
No, not likely, because he'll be leaving Kingston on Sunday and he'll be going up to Mobile.
Oh, so I'm not coming back to Kingston?
No, when him go Mobile, he'll be going around the other parts of the island. He wants to visit other parts of the island. So our engagements, we're not just staying in Kingston.
Yeah.
See? And pit 4, let me say, Nyabingi is one of the priorities.
Yeah, okay.
Because His Majesty did travel to Montego Bay.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
I know.
And also what is important is the integrity of the event, which seems to, some people, it seems to have gone over their heads. His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie made specific stops during his visit in 1966. I urge ones to look at the history, whether the newspaper clippings, and remind themselves of the stops that he made. We want to keep the integrity of this thing intact. It's important, and also it's good to know the history of what happened. Haile Selassie High School is on there because His Majesty founded the school.
Yeah, we understand. I can tell you something.
Yes.
I tell you something now. Long before I hear about the march,
yes,
me and Cabo sit down and say, what? Because the 21st fall on a Thursday.
Yeah.
What can we do with the stepping razor? And one of the suggestions that we had, me and Cabo, was that we are going to do a live broadcast from Haile Selassie School. So we are considering that, and then we hear now that your thing is coming. We decided that it would be conflicting. And because we see that the stepping razor would be on a Thursday when you wouldn't be at the school.
Yes.
We decided that we would not go take the stepping razor and carry it to Haile Selassie School. Because we don't want the conflict of going on. So I must say to you that if we, between me and the sister Cabo, could sit down and say the conflict there, I don't see why the Millennium Council couldn't really just join on to what is
join on to what has been decided rather than try to change it.
Yeah, and still go to Trenchtown. Them can still go to Trenchtown.
Them can go to Trenchtown independently.
Yeah.
But we're not going to stop them from going to Trenchtown.
Anyway, brethren, we give thanks for the time where you take us.
Yes, Rota, we give thanks. And actually, Stepping Razor, you are more than welcome to cover the march,
Yeah, but
and we will be culminating at UA, so you could have set up, if you want to just be stationary, you could have set up a UA, and we can do something there. But so don't throw out the possibility of doing a live broadcast.
We're going to still talk to Cabo. And
we have a reason,
Yeah, I know she might be listening now, but we're going to still talk to Cabo and see if we can carry the stepping razor.
So let's reason. We give thanks all the time,
And I hope one of the Millennium who serve Bobo Greg also listening that them can
But my thing, Muta, let me just say one thing really quick fast. Is that when it's about leadership as well, because my thing is, you have to have the attitude. If you want come like you want take over Rasta and come rule people and bully people, you're not going to get far. But some people don't realize that. And my thing is, under the leadership of Junior Manning, Isa J, who I knew very well in 2008, because Millennium Council started 2007, and I was right there on the scene when them started. I had a good working relationship with Junior Manning, and through Junior Manning, when the Prince came in, I made sure that the Prince connected with the Millennium Council. That was with Junior Manning, though, because we had that working relationship and we had understanding. We could talk with Junior Manning. Now, let me just say, and then when we go to Ras Howie now, to be honest, me and Ras Howie, we never really agree. The energy was never right. But then, me give thanks, Sister Mitzi came in as the chair in 2012. And then the relationship with the Millennium Council improved. In fact, to tell you the truth, when Ras Howie was in charge of the Millennium Council, the Pinnacle thing got railroaded because they put in an objection against the National Heritage, Pinnacle being a National Heritage site. This was when Catherine Hall was the chairperson. And then put in an objection because they said they weren't in the front of the negotiations. Ras Howie said that publicly at a UNNI meeting, and actually I felt bad for Cassie Howell because she was in tears. She was crying. That was then, and railroad the National Heritage possibility of Pinnacle in 2009. Then we came to the table, and a lot of it was facilitated, to be honest by myself. I said, let's see if we can speak with the Millennium Council and see if we can come onto an understanding. And we came, and we got them to lift the objection. This was through a lot of negotiations in 2011. So once they lifted it, then we could go to the table to begin renegotiating with the government for it to become a National Heritage Site. Then 2012, there was a change of administration, and things stalled. Come to find out that, there were reasons why, with the change in the National Heritage site.
Michael.
Yeah, all right, we're not going on all of that. But what I was saying is I thought we were coming to an agreement, and it seemed like we were, especially when Sister Mitzi was at the helm.
Well, I was.
And then all of a sudden, this letter in March 13 goes out. Occupy Pinnacle need to be removed. Desecration of Pinnacle, and
we have to move.
Same. So my thing is about leadership.
We have to move.
Leadership. All right. We give thanks, Muta, every time.
All right. Yes.
And as these Negroes of national stature begin to attack each other, they begin to lose their control of the Negro masses. And Negroes was out there in the streets. They was talking about, we're going to march on Washington. By the way, and right at that time, Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside the head. Yes, they did. And the Negroes started talking about what? We're going to march on Washington. March on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt. Don't let the government proceed. They even said they was going to go out to the airport and lay down on the runway and don't let no airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. They called in Wilkins. They called in Randolph. They called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, call it off. Kennedy said, look, you all letting this thing go too far. And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it. I'm telling you what they said. They said, I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said, these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us. And that old shrewd fox, he said, well, if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it. And as soon as they got it formed, they elected Whitney Young as the chairman. And who you think became the co-chairman? Stephen Currier, the white man. A millionaire. Randolph knows it happened. Wilkins knows it happened. King knows it happened. Every one of that so-called Big Six. They know what happened. Once they formed it with the white man over it, he promised them and gave them $800,000 to split up between the Big Six. and told them that after the march was over, they'd give them 700,000 more. $1.5 million split up between leaders that you've been following, going to jail for, crying crocodile tears for.
He didn't even write the speech, I Have a Dream. Who wrote it? A small hat. Stanley Levinson wrote his speeches, was his closest personal advisor, and a former Communist Party member. Small hat. Talking about we need to hold hands with these crackers on the red clay hills of Georgia. It's going to be some red on some hills, but it won't be clay. Y'all think I'm being too hard on him. Look, it was Bayard Rustin. He said, this smart hat said, I asked Bayard Rustin, who organized the march now, whether the march was taken over by the administration, and found myself surprised that he did not disagree. He said, of course, if it would have been impossible to have any movement without the administration utilizing its strength to divert it into what it wanted. That's the organizer of the march. Not only that, while we trying to get voters' rights, guess what this small hat do? He give you a little bit of rights, you think things changing, then he open up every time you hear something about immigration, know that we are on the rise. Every time. Soon as we started to take community control of the resources in our community, they pushed the Immigration Act the same year, and this small hat drafts the legislation, and they bring all these Koreans in and give them grants to take over our communities. Dang! Wow. Small hats, nobody else. Whoa. I'm not bloodthirsty, but there's going to be blood. That's right. Robert F. Williams said the idea that a tormentor will come to his senses and put down his back from brutalizing us, he said that don't make too much sense for us. He started the Black Guard down in North Carolina. The black children had to go swim in the stream, and black children were drowning. But he said, we paying our taxes, we need equalization. He went down to the pool. He told the crackers, give us 2 days. The cracker said, I don't think we can do that, Rob. He said, why not? They said, because once we let the cullets in, then we got to drain down the pool and fill it back up. We don't have resources for that. So they got suited and booted, walked down to the pool, and monitored as the black children swam in the pool. But you don't know about Robert F. Williams, because he said a crusader with violence. He said the crusader, meaning get arms. You don't know him though, because they didn't finance that. The small hats backed Martin Luther King to come out with crusader without violence.
Presently, we must use whatever method in our possession. We must make use of the gas bomb, the lycan, the ice pick, the switchblade, the axe, the hatchet, the razor, the brick, and the bullet. Next year, we shall meet machine gun with machine gun, hand grenade with hand grenade, in a new spirit of meeting violence with violence.
That both the NAACP, SCLC, the orthodox civil rights movement of the time, depended so heavily on white, northern, liberal support that they're fearful that embracing Williams or supporting Williams means immediately losing that support.
I wasn't going to crawl to try to appease and accommodate white people who were giving money, contributing money, that it was a matter of human dignity. So they said I was suspended for 6 months.
Williams and his followers had strayed farther away from the main line of Negro thinking. These incidents awakened the concern of moderate whites and Negroes alike. In line with his policy of armed self-defense, Williams organized Negro gun clubs. The town of Monroe was becoming a potential powder keg, an incident waiting to happen.
That's when James Foreman and Paul Brooks came into the community to help us to protest, and I think it was Foreman who said that the King forces wanted to prove nonviolence was successful over violence.
Thousands of Klansmen, Minutemen, and other fascist and racist poured into the city. And they had said that they were going to crush this demonstration, and most of all, they were going to kill me. Then I told the guard that it looked like we were going to have a battle that night.
You have to understand, these people are separate from Robert Williams in some ways. He's supporting them, he's helping them, but they're really not his people.
I started going to the telephone. I told him no, I was too busy. I wasn't going to accept any more calls. And then they hollered out again and said, well, this is Martin Luther King calling from Atlanta. He wants to talk to you. And I told him, I didn't care who it was, that it was too late now. He didn't come before, and now we are already.
When the guard got rolling, no crackers would step foot in the black community. Not one. The Klan would never come into that part of Monroe. The cracker lied when he said it's turning into a potential powder keg. That was a small hat. No, it was not. Black women had been getting raped. Wasn't no rape no more when the guard stepped on the scene. Dared the cracker to step in the black community. The chief of police rolled his window around, down, said, hey, Robert, you know you got thugs and murderers in the guard. He said, you know, we feel a lot more comfortable if you got some good church brothers, you know, choir singers and deacons. And Robert looked in the window, said, with all due respect, I want killers. Chief of police rolled up his window and went on his way. Now understand this now. Non-violence was brought to Monroe with the buses. They ain't gonna get black boys and crackers to go all throughout Clanville kissing these crackers all up in open spaces. I mean, they are inciting violence. This is so ridiculous, this argument about nonviolence, when your whole modus operandi is to get beat down. I mean, you go out there saying, I'm nonviolent, but I want you to be violent with me so that I can get my movement going. It's ridiculous. Now that's the bus route. Monroe, North Carolina, where Robert F. Williams is not on the schedule. He gets put out the country, driven into exile. While he's in Cuba, small hats from Canada come down. They meet him in a coffee shop. At this time, he don't know they small hats now. And they say, Rob, we know you miss your family. We know you want to go home. There's one condition. Go back to the States, denounce violence and aggression, and work for King. And we'll let you come back. His FBI was signed by J. Edgar Hoover, Gay Edgar Hoover. Now look at this. Look at the state where Robert F. Williams is, where he's pushing the fact that the violence of oppression must be met with the violence of liberation. Defending our communities by the barrel of a gun. You see Freedom Rider arrests, hardly 0 in North Carolina. In Atlanta, over 300. Where King is, talking about this nonviolent generation. Number of victims in North Carolina, where Robert F. Williams is, single digits, hardly none. Go to Georgia with Shuttlesworth and the boys, and King, over 300. Getting their heads beat and smacked in. Look at him up on the bed. There's Farmer and Cord. Frederick Douglass effect. Now when Malcolm started the OAU and went all throughout Africa trying to link up the struggle with the states, when he left Africa and his plane was coming back, guess whose plane was going to Africa to reverse everything that Malcolm had did? But Farmer, who we know now is an agent and was on the CIA payroll. There's the small hats that was controlling him. Then we got Roy Ennis, a tragic Negro, coming out of court. He goes around the U.S. when Angola was fighting for its independence. They kicked the Portuguese out in 1975. 3 African states declared independence. Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. Portugal fell. How do we win wars that don't celebrate? As if we never dealt with these crimes. He gets paid by Henry Kissinger, a small hat, to go throughout the states and recruit black men from the Vietnam War to go fight against the MPLA in Angola.
Africa, 1975. The last colonial empire was dying, and the people of Angola reached for freedom. As the MPLA began rehearsals for Independence Day, battles were still raging just miles from the capital.
Our solution was the CIA, without approval from the National Security Council, delivered $300,000 to Holden Roberto and ordered him to send his people into northern Angola. We actually had a celebration party in the CIA headquarters in Washington. We expected the news by the end of the day that we would have captured Luanda.
Angola would have been lost. Mobutu's troops were close to Luanda. The South Africans had penetrated over 1,000 kilometers. They were close to Luanda.
The Cuban and MPLA forces outgunned the South Africans.
Everything on the field. Men, vehicles, weapons. It was a great victory over the South Africans.
They were shot away badly. I just saw these lorries with blood dripping out of it. It wasn't very nice. And then to go and investigate, and for the first time to see that actually your own troops, it wasn't very nice at all.
South African and American hopes of a quick victory over the MPLA were crushed. Washington was running out of options. The administration fell back on the CIA. It secretly provided money for Roberto and Savimbi to recruit mercenaries from Africa, America, and Europe.
We did kill when we had no particular reason to. We tortured to achieve information that they probably didn't have, and this was not captured enemy soldiers. These were probably just local civilians.
Roy Innes of CORE recruits blacks here to go to Angola and fight along with the small hats in South Africa. They're supposed to be non-violent. They're supposed to be non-violent. Then they go training right there. Right here in Virginia. That's where they trained at. Moving on to SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Those are the small hats that was in there. And look at Lupe Fiasco, young folks. These small hats still coming after you. Because they know that once we get on top, it's all over. Now this is in Lowndes County. There was 80% black population with 0% representation on the government. It was these brothers in SNCC after the 6-day war that the Israelis fought against the Palestinians in Egypt against NASA. NASA was a Pan-Africanist. They said, nah, time out for this. We ain't working with these small hats no more. Get them out of the organization. This brother right here in the middle, he the one that took black power for black people and made it black power. That's Baba Mukasa.
That's right.
You got Marion Bird from this city, a soldier, racially responsible, doing work. He didn't get in the office and say, oh, I'm in office, but I can't do nothing for you black people because if I do something, they're going to get me up out of here. Negro, what are you doing in there?
That's
if you ain't going to do nothing for the people.
That's right.
Then you got H-Rap Brown, Jamil Halamini, who said violence is as American power. They had over $1 million to work with when they was doing what the small hats wanted them to do. But when they came out with the Lowndes County Freedom Party And then they start putting out publications about these small hats and about Zionism. Guess what? They couldn't get no money, no support nowhere. No money. They went from $1 million to couldn't raise $10,000. That was the flyer, and this is how they was voting. The Democrats got the donkey and they got elephants and all of that. Their political platform was a Black Panther.
That's right.
Once we kick the small hats out of our inner circles of organization, look what we produce. Strong black men.
Yeah.
Who came and said the black nation needs a black army. Said it's time. Revolution has come. It's time to pick up the gun. They was patrolling the pigs around our neighborhood, making sure our communities were safe. If a brother got outside his African mind, thought he was going to whip up on a sister, there wasn't no police call. If she threatened to call the Panthers, that he would get himself together.
That's right.
So how do we go from that to them with Jane Fonda, the White Panther, and all of this skeevy, degenerate orgies and crack parties? Small hats came back in. Now Stokely Carmichael gave his name to the Panthers because the Panthers came out of stick. He gave his name so that they can get national notoriety, but he wasn't really in it like that. But he met with Bobby Seale and Eldridge Cleaver right here in D.C. and told them, if you ever want to do something for your people, keep the small hats out of the Panthers. He told them. Who they let in? Eldridge Cleaver was writing a paper for David Horowitz called The Ramparts. He allowed the hats to come in. Then when Huey got knocked, he was a righteous brother, but when he got knocked, the small hats brought him out of prison and said, you got to stop the anti-Semitism in the Panthers. And the whole thing started the fraction. Elaine Brown was trained by Jay Kennedy, a CIA operative, who she said in her own book, and he taught her about Marxism. Then they was having wild, degenerate parties up in California with Bert Snyder, more small hats. And all that degeneracy, we still was fighting. We was making a comeback. We had conscious rap, hip-hop that had grown from the ashes of this degeneracy. And they came back. KRS One, the black woman is not a hoe, she's a goddess.
50 years, from 1966 to 2016, the emperor came to Jamaica and totally changed the whole atmosphere of Rastafari presence in this farmer slave plantation island known as Jamaica. And we continue the journey with all the mocking and the jeering. We still continue. We still continue because we know it's a just cause. Black liberation, African redemption is a just cause. And we know say the majority of Jamaican people don't even understand what is the purpose and necessity to really struggle this way. Because them catch you so much in the food, clothes and shelter thing. We don't have no time to think in another level. We don't have no time for our spiritual being to uplift and advance our spiritual being. Because them have way, them grip way in the 9 to 5 food, clothes and shelter. Because that you have to struggle for. And we human, we being, with soul, all our energy is focused on that food, clothes and shelter thing. And when we go home, we still can't find no time for our soul. Because we're tired so much that we have to go to bed and wake up again and figure out where the next cell phone card will come from. Or where the next Burger King burger, or we're going to buy it. Because we have to wait 1 month. 1 month we have to wait to get paid. And the money where you get at the end of the month can't return you 2 weeks in the next month. That means that 2 weeks gone. And your pay done. And you have the next 2 weeks to survive. And where you have to go survive for now? The soul, we're supposed to keep you sane. We're supposed to make you sanity. Make you have sanity. It get lost in this concrete, steel, and metal. You don't have no time for breathe. Breathe. You don't have no time for breathe. You don't have no time for look on the moon. You don't have no time for evil. Realize you have other living creatures around you and that surround you. And sometimes the way you get caught in the concrete and steel, if you see one of those little creatures, you run and you're scared. And them scared of you more than how you scared of them. Because the way how you go on in life. I see a youth the other day, I run down a dog. To give the dog some rotted lick. And then when the dog run behind me car and get where, he might come over me, come beg me money. And me I say, brethren, I tell you the truth now, you know. Why me should I give you my money when you treat the dog so? You don't want no money. Because you're ready to lick the dog when the dog don't trouble him, you know. The dog just a pass and hey dog, look, just like any Jamaican, normal Jamaican do that. Dog a pass and say, move dog. I make the dog all run in the car. Man all see the dog a run across the road, you know, and drive him car to lick the dog. The concrete and steel grab way. The 9 to 5 all way. We don't have no time for ourselves, we don't have no time for each other. No time for each other. We don't sit down with one another and eat food. And if we sit down with one another and eat food, we are talking about some madness, craziness. We not start about nothing where uplift and advance the welfare of the whole human race. Because most of us don't sit down again and talk about things that advance the whole human race. We sit down and talk about, hey, guess what, this and that are some little frivolous madness and craziness we are going at the concrete and steel jungle. But Rastafari gave the people them hope that Barry Shevan say Rastafari is the memory of the Jamaican people. It's the memory of the Jamaican people. It was for Rastafari. Thousands of years of history with a wipe out of the people them brains. Just wipe for some. It's like a jump drive. You full the jump drive of music and a guy don't know say the jump drive of our music and push it on computer and wipe out the whole of your music. You feel to kill him. Because after you have saved the music and the jump drive, you just come wipe it out and put theme foolishness on it. And that is how black people brains steer. Black people brains is conditioned not to know them history. And the part of them history that them know is the part that separate them from them ancestral land, ancestral legacy, and them mothers and fathers that die. Some of them still are under the ocean, that watery grave, and come out of that wooden ship them with all the piss and the filth and all the things them that will come across of the blood and the sweat. And we disregard that. Then if we are disregard where our ancestors got through, what do you think will happen to we? What do you think will happen to we if we disregard where our ancestors got through? And we come here so now and I live out a zombie experience, an ignorant experience that put me in the blissful thinking that everything is okay as long as we can get food, clothes, and shelter. And guess what? Most of we can't afford the food, most of we can't afford the clothes, and most of we can't afford the shelter. So yes, them do know. Them bring some fast food, American cultural thing down here to make you can afford it. We'll kill you quick. That's why they call it fast food, they kill you quick. So them bring the fast food, which is not really good food, and you hold on it. The Chinese, them make some cheap looking clothes now we never used to wear down Africa there. But it was like royalty in Africa. We come down here so now, the Chinese, them bring it down here so the American, them take it and do this other thing. We wear it. And some of the shelter, not even shelter. It's some little box. I only probably live in a little box. Like 4 wall and 1 window, like it's still jail we now. When we used to experience life, we used to have energy. We used to drink coconut water. Now we are drinking the nasty, dirty water. Where people are bathing from up at the top of the river and send all them napkin and all them this and that in the water. And they open your mouth and gaggle it up. And them tie them hog up on the stream. The hog water and the goat water. And you down at the bottom and wash your clothes. And them dump the waste in the concrete and steel and burn it. And it just cover the whole concrete and steel city. The jungle that them make and create for you to live in, to experience their madness and them cruelty. And when you say leaf, you don't want that because you have plastic leaf in your house where they make. No one goes to. People don't want to, certain people. Because I say if you get caught at a 9 to 5 thing, you know. You don't have no time to go to the beach. That's why the people lock off the beach, but no. Them say, oh, them all nigga there. Them come down at the beach and dirty, them are dirty at the beach, you know, throw all sort of nastiness by the beach. Lock it off. But they go be in a dirty Duns River. Up at the top. And nasty top and make the white people them get the nastiness so I come down on the river stream. So. And like more we just sell that. Because when I experience beach, because the concrete and steel cover the beach now, and we can't see it again. Them cover the beach. How them cover the beach? By building up some concrete and steel place them call hotel. And leave you now not to experience the beach. And you don't even plant food again because you have Kentucky, you have Burger King and all these places supply you with food. So they say it's food. Terrible thing them find we now. Terrible thing. Terrible, terrible thing. Forward. Yeah, this is the cutting edge. You know, say we need some parks in the city. Most major, I don't know why we always are going like we are think first world, but I live third world. Most major first world countries, when you visit them have park in the middle of the city that people can sit down and rest and eat and whatsoever. At least you have some greenery in the middle of the concrete and steel. It make a difference to the soul of the people them who move up and down in the city. It make a difference. It make a difference when you have green leaf, trees, a grow. You hear the poem, have you ever heard of the rose that grow from the concrete? Trust me, man. You ever walk yet and see a sidewalk, and when you look, you see some green will come out of the sidewalk. You see some kind of vegetable matter come out of the sidewalk, and you say, wow. But look what pure concrete is, and you see the thing that grow out of the concrete. Have you ever seen a rose that grow from a concrete? May I tell you? It almost look more beautiful than when it amongst the green grass. We recognize that. We need some soul. We lose with soul, man. Them cars we lose with soul. And because we don't know with history, and we don't have no significance for history, them come with anything. Anything them come with, we accept it. Anything. Whether it mean for cars we will life. Because sometimes we think our cars we will life, like the food where we eat. The food where we eat a cars we will life. You know, look how much sick people in Jamaica. Never. When me and you, never, so much sick people never in Jamaica. Appear old people like my age did sick. I did have whole heap of sickness. Me never see young boy like my boy Brian sick. And now me I say people, young people, teenager, have cancer, diabetes, blood pressure, all the other things them where old people used to have. Him say most of them now go jump off on a building, you know. Like all Brian now. Brian now go sit up on a building and jump off. But Brian will go to Burger King and Kentucky and kill himself slowly but surely. And it's when him reach all 40 a day, will know him say, well, you know, and when you go to doctor, you know, say you have been doing that for so much years now, that it has clustered up your heart and has caused your this to have that and your this cardiovascular, this and that. Them now make you figure it out before. Them now make you figure it out before when they make millions of dollars half away. Millions of dollars. Because we don't know with history. And one of the reasons why them can progress further in them cruelty and evil is because we don't know with history. We don't know with history. We are eat the fruit and things say, is the tree that? You know, you have some time in the year when the leaf them just drop off of the tree. And you look on the tree, look like the tree dead. And no fruit no grow up on the tree that time. Tree just look like it dead, a pure branch upon the tree. So if you look on the tree and see pure branch, if you come from the concrete and steel, you will feel that the tree dead. Because you don't know seasons come and seasons go. You don't know the history that connect the tree with the earth and the seasons. You don't know what is the relationship between the leaf them not on the tree, the season in which the trees shed them leaf, and the earth that breed the tree, that it have to have a root inside of it. In this earth me I talk about, mother earth. Mother Nature. And we have to respect the tree. But we can't respect tree again because it's plastic plant we have in our house now. Plastic plant, them have we are put in our house. Terrible. Most poor people houses them have some plastic plants stick up in some buckle. Just like how them put plastic Christmas tree now in the house. You can hardly get a nice Christmas tree because the Christmas tree dry up after. Terrible. A tree will take how much years to grow. You go chop it down to put it in your house 2 weeks. So you celebrate with white people. Give to celebrate. White people. Tell you if you chop down the tree, put it in your house, put some cotton on it to represent snow. Snow no grow up plant, snow no fall at Jamaica. And you are trying to mimic snow in a well summer. You know what people that love have summer like where you have during the 25th of December. And you are trying to take cotton and put on tree and talk about you mimic snow. And cut down the tree and put it in your house. Now the guys them recognize where you are the one and say, watch out now. A plastic tree we are going to make now, you know, so them full up all them store with plastic tree. And you say you can't find a tree now, you know. So you what you going to do now? You're going to buy a plastic tree and put it in your concrete and steel house. And your concrete and steel house decking the halls with hollies. And singing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. And I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Terrible thing. Them have we do. Terrible thing. The man called Burning Spear. Yes. Cutting Edge.
Blessed love.
Highly.
Highly.
Blessed man.
Yes. Ras Kremlin.
Ras Kremlin. How you do, man?
Not too bad, my brother. Yeah, me da listen to the brethren.
Michael.
Yeah. The first thing, you know, I'm a man, I love cause confusion, but the truth is the truth. See?
Yeah.
Because I have a team named the Cutting Edge. Right. Now, this brother been invited to several meetings.
All right, wait a minute. You attack for the Millennium Council now. You attack for the Millennium Council, right?
Yes, I represent the Millennium Council.
All right. Good.
Yeah. Seeing this brother been invited to several meetings before even the agenda where this brother read on Running African, that we should sit down and discuss these things, this visit as a jubilee, right? The brother have never turned up at a meeting.
All right. How long ago? All right. You said the Millennium Council invite a meeting.
Invite him.
Yeah, so he did.
Medin as that date come at the meeting.
I know when I didn't know say I'm gonna bring the Miss Malice's grandson to Jamaica, right? Only didn't know that.
Well, we hear that he was coming to Jamaica. But we didn't know who was carrying this man.
Okay, all right.
But we heard that he will be a part of the program and the Jubilee.
All right. So
right?
What part of the program you did hear about that he was coming to take part in?
Well, the normal procedure.
You mean where
at the visit of his grandfather.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
You understand? And we know generally we always have a motorcade.
Yes.
We know the procedure, you know. We know everything in concern.
We do it before.
Right, because to the 45th anniversary of his visit, it was the Millennium Council who spearheaded that program.
Yeah.
So we understand everything.
Yeah.
Right? And then all of a sudden, you know, it become what he's saying, it become when nothing no go say, no, my brother.
All right, tell me which part I no go, sir. Tell me which part I.
When he must say, we intrude, we is doing things, we hijack, right? And all of these things, nothing no go, sir. Because I'm a little youth Medin from the University of the West Indies as a student. Up to him come to we at a meeting because it's a youth initiative invite the council to a meeting, you know, by Regal Plaza, and that's where it all starts, you know. And from Regal Plaza to Liberty Hall, you know. All of these meetings, this brethren is supposed to be there, you know. And he never one day come to a meeting, you know.
All right.
Until it reached now to down by Selassie High School, right? Where Medin come at a meeting and say, you can't make it this Sunday, I'm going to make it the other Sunday. And he never turn up.
All right, hold on the brethren. Make a trace the thing. Make a trace the chronology of the thing now. All right. According to Michael, he might invite the Prince to Jamaica as part of the 50th anniversary of His Majesty. Right?
Right.
All right. So Michael now is setting up a program. And his program is to do what Rasta usually do all the while. Trace the footsteps of Haile Selassie.
Right. Right.
All right. So him start to advertise it. So this is what's going to happen. Right?
No, where him start to advertise it after him see our agenda. Into the community agenda.
No, wait.
Right?
Wait now.
All right, go on, talk where you talk.
We're talking about the Prince now as it relates to Michael.
Right.
Is Michael know the Prince, you know?
Yeah.
All right. So what I say now, Michael now is going to incorporate the Prince in a something Rasta do for years.
Right.
All right. So him start to advertise it that way, you know. Say the Prince is going to now. It's like what I do reenact, like how them do the coronation, like how the bingo.
Right.
They're going to reenact now the movement of the Haile Selassie, but using the Prince as a symbol.
Right.
All right now. So Michael start advertise it that way, you know, that this is where the Prince going to come. I'm going to come here, so which is the normal thing where Rasta usually do.
Right.
So not new Michael do. It's just that him now have the connection with the Prince.
Right.
All right. So when him start to advertise it now, tell me what happened now between him did I advertise it and where the Millennium Council do now.
Well, all right. Before him start to advertise, he was invited at meeting to discuss these things.
Before he start to advertise it.
Right. Him never come to a meeting. Never up to now. Him don't come. Well, at least 4 meetings over Selassie High School Hall and no come at a meeting. We have 2 at Liberty Hall. Him don't come at a meeting. We have 1 at a Regal Plaza. Him don't come at no meeting.
So this is before you start to advertise or something.
Right. Okay. See, we try to get in dialogue with him. Right? To discuss the thing. The only thing would we put in trench stone in our thing. Because we are considered where Rasta was at even the time when His Majesty visit Jamaica. Right? So we use trench stone as a part of where I say, boy, it would have nice if him come to trench stone.
But we never go to trench stone. From we are doing something, we never go to trench stone.
No, we never go there yet. But that is why we was inviting him to discuss. They never, listen, you see, when them keep meeting up at you, we don't even know about it.
Yeah.
We don't even know about these things, you know.
Yeah.
But every time we keep a meeting, it depends on the internet.
Let him know about it.
Right. We send it to even Andrea.
Yeah.
Right? To read these things on the program, on our program, that the meeting, where the meeting is held, and everything. Yeah. Right? You understand? Even though it was never read, for some reason I don't know why it has never been read. Right?
You mean when you send it to Cabo, you know, read it?
Right, it wasn't read.
Okay.
I even talked to Cabo, you know, after here, you know, one day, you know. And she tell me who I must direct the things to.
Okay.
To one Preston. I do it.
Yes, that's
right?
Shamar,
I do it.
Yeah.
And up to now, it haven't been read.
Okay.
I have evidence of these emails because I say General Secretary Prophet Greg. I need a copy of these things, you know. To make sure say these things is sending out.
Alright, so what me tell you that me not get none of them something there.
Well, alright, I don't know, but I don't know how come, right? And furthermore, why we move to Cabo, you know? Is that Cabo read that thing, you know? And she said, but this is a university thing. She wants something from the community. So true, we represent the community as a Millennium Council. We send, you know, what thing to she, right?
Yeah.
And it haven't been read. Right? We don't make no trouble out of that or anything, you know. We continue to do our work. we continue to send out information to this brethren, telling them about the meeting, talking to the youngsters, then Medina and the next one who probe together. The relevance and importance of the thing, they could discuss the thing before anything even come on the ear. And him said that him attend the meeting, him go on the ear, go read it.
Read what?
Read out the program, theme agenda.
I have Ivy did talk 2 weeks ago. Ivy come on the program and
him talk first. Then the brother from South Dread talk after. That is an Andrea program. And then Ivy come talk. And within all of this, him never attend a meeting.
All right, but let me ask you a question now.
Yeah.
If Michael keep something, right, and it might incorporate it in a thing where Rasta usually do all the while, and him come on the radio now, whichever program him come on, and him say, this is what this group are ones that do in relationship to the visit of His Majesty. Tell me what is the meeting for now? Because this thing is structured already over the years.
Well, remember, His Majesty is the Almighty. His Majesty don't belong to no individual.
No. All him do, is fit into something where Rasta did love for a long time.
Right.
So when I say no, if Rasta did do this thing for a long time, and him now incorporate Haile Selassie grandson tonight, and now him start to advertise it, say, this is what Rasta do over the years, and all it now have now is His Majesty grandson tonight. What meet now is necessary now for take place? Tell me. What
the council don't have a problem with what he's doing. He have a problem with the prince coming to Trenchtown.
No,
it's not we. Listen, the council don't have a problem with his agenda. He have a problem when we set it out that would have like the man come to Trenchtown.
All right, what him say is that when want him come to Trenchtown, and the day when him the done said something already, where I include how Haile Selassie did make it move. That is what him saying. Him say, on the day when you want him come at Trenchtown, it's not there, so Haile Selassie was on that day.
That is why we was trying to invite the brethren and trying to be at meetings where they are keeping to make this discussion.
Yeah, so what's the moving forward?
Right? So when our agenda reach on the internet and him see it, this is where him become now and licking out against Trenchtown. Him don't want this man to go to Trenchtown. And him don't want this and him don't want that. We don't have a problem with his agenda.
No, him never.
The Rastafari community have a problem with his agenda. Him have a problem with the prince going to Trenchtown. And him clearly said for the year a while ago,
No, wait there, Gremlin. Him never say him have a problem with Trenchtown going.
When say?
Based up half of the itinerary. Set. It never include is the emperor. I mean, the emperor going to Trenchtown. I'm a type of guy. I asked him, I asked him, say, how much days the emperor will be there? The prince will be there. And how much days the Trenchtown thing will go? Because what I was trying to do for say, if there could be a compromise made between the days when the reenactment of His Majesty is finished, therefore now there will be days left for the movement into Trenchtown if Trenchtown was still going on. But him say him going to go to Montego Bay.
Yeah. Up to now a compromisation can stick one, But him not in that. Him is not in that. You understand me? Him is not, because to know things can still reason out.
Okay.
And things can still better.
Yes.
Right? Yes. And up to now, him not in that.
Okay.
You understand me? Because we're keeping our next meeting at Centralize High School Sunday. Right?
Sunday.
Right, yes, Sunday coming.
Well, I know Michael Barnett, I listen. So, we want,
right. And all right, now, I will listen. I will still invite him to come.
Okay.
All right, you know what I mean? That's to for you,
What is the meeting for? What is the meeting for?
To discuss the visit, same way, and the problem will surround where him have with Trenchtown and everything, and see what kind of adjustment can make.
All right.
Because you understand me?
Yeah.
That is what we want to talk about. right?
Make I ask you a question now.
Yeah.
Suggest an adjustment to me.
An adjustment?
Yes, suggest an adjustment. That would have to go be discussed amongst the Millennium Council.
Well, hear me now. The suggestion on me have is that we'd love the man pass through Trenchtown.
When?
Within the time of the motorcade, right? Or even after, but him specify clearly. We get a letter from him, you know, when discredit Prophet Greg, you know. Totally, you know. Say him now go at Trenchtown, whether now or in the future. Him now have nothing to do with Trenchtown. And we have a letter. And we don't for you, we are deal with one. I mean, they don't call the brethren name, you know, because the brethren couldn't even read the letter. Because the brethren was embarrassed to really say a man in a field caliber write a letter to Prophet Greg and them man there, you know. You understand me? That the brother say, you hear me now? One of them send a copy of the letter because we have to deal with him. You understand me? Because this is totally outrageous. You understand me? I don't know what the problem is with Trenchtown. I don't know. But all I know say, you know.
Kremlin,
all I know, yeah.
I don't get the feeling say him have a problem with Trenchtown. I get the feeling say him have a problem with what him think the Millennium Council did in
No, we did not. We didn't do anything.
I never said
we inform him, and him email his Virgin Medin was there. His Virgin Medin set up a meeting, invite him personally that we could discuss. With all our doing to him is to invite him to discuss the procedure, and him failed to turn up.
All right, hold on there. El.
Yes, El Motor.
Michael.
Yeah, man. May I listen?
All right, let me ask you a question.
There's two.
Hold on, brethren.
Yeah,
let me say something to you.
Yeah.
Kremlin has said them having a meeting on Sunday.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to go to the meeting to discuss a compromise?
The meeting will be another day because we have the Empress Menin banquet, Empress Menin thing going on at Mascal Square, Veggie Meals and Wheels on the 3rd. The 3rd of April, the
3rd is a Sunday, yeah.
Man.
Oh, so you have...
A big thing. We have that. I'm one of the organizers for that event.
You hear what I'm saying, Kremlin?
What I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't hear him.
All right. We're not... Him say... Wait there. Him say him can't make it pass on because Sunday is Empress Menin birthday and them having a function at Veggie Wheels and Meals.
That starts 6 o'clock and done 10 o'clock. Our meeting starts 2:30, 3 o'clock and done before 6. That is the time we have at the school.
Wait there.
We have to find a mutually convenient time to meet. You can't have a whole meeting and expect me to come when it suits you.
No, wait no, brethren. Listen to what I said now. Him say the meeting start 2 o'clock now the day.
It not go work, man. Let me prepare. I am one of the organizers, promoters for the Empress Men in Earth Strong.
Okay.
And that is a priority. You know, I mean, it may not be for the people, but right now I urge the brethren and need to give support to Empress Men in Earth Strong. See, it's a very important Rastafari calendar day.
All right. Gremlin.
Why you choose
Gremlin, hold on. Wait, make I tell you. I try to tell Gremlin what you say. I tell Gremlin, him say, Empress Men in Earth Day is a very important day in a Rastafari community. And him is part of the organizing committee to keep the function at Veggie Meals and Wheels Sunday. So he can make it, because of him taking part in this important occasion, him can make it at the meeting Sunday. So can you tell him, can you tell us Sunday when him could meet the Millennium Council, a day when him can meet the Millennium Council?
Well, any day him available, the Millennium Council will make sure meet him any day after Sunday.
All right. Michael, you hear what I'm saying?
No.
Any day.
All right,
we can meet him and we can discuss the thing.
Yeah, I tell him what you say. Michael.
Yeah.
Him say,
any
day that is available to you, we can, the Millennium Council will meet and discuss whatever discuss. So what you say about that?
Well, it'll have to be sometime next week.
No, it no matter. Him say any day. No,
well, him say any day, but you know what I mean.
No, you are gonna set the day, Michael. Where you sound so far? You are gonna set the day now.
Yeah.
You are gonna tell them.
Yeah. But I want to make one thing clear from the get-go.
Yeah.
Right. One thing clear, motor.
Yeah.
So far as the motorcade is concerned, that is set. Right.
Yeah, but I know that we are talking about now.
Yeah.
We're not talking about no motorcade.
Anything we trenched out.
We are talking about a compromise. Yeah, but wait, no, man.
It'll have to be another day.
Bridget, stop sounding like a politician, man. Yo, stop sounding like a politician, Bridget. You want me to tell you, man. Me say, it's not necessarily being the motorcade, you know, because it's a compromise I try and make. The Bridget, them I say.
Yeah.
But I am.
Here's the other thing.
Wait, Baz. You gonna make me talk?
Yeah, man. All right.
Me say to you. The brethren them I say.
Yeah.
It do have nothing to do with the motorcade, no. Them just want the presence.
They just want the presence.
The presence of the prince in a trench town. So them I try and make a compromise now by saying, if you know, at this meeting can tell them I figure out now. If it's even like hour or two.
Another day.
For find him. Yeah, then another day we are talking about.
It'll have to be another day.
But another day means in the time. No, it means when I say another day, no, it means in the time when them keep the thing on a trench town, you know. It can't be after that. It have to be in the time when them keep the thing on a trench town.
Right.
So what you say about that?
Well, we have to review them schedule in a trench town and see if it can work.
That's why they put on let you go to the meeting. That's why they put on let you go to the meeting. So you're going to set a time when you can go meet the bridge.
We go meet and we see if anything.
All right.
It has to be.
All right. Kremlin. You hear what I'm saying now? You hear what I'm saying now? The meeting can call and work it out. So expect him to call and tell you when him can come to the meeting next week.
All right. Watch you now. Yeah. We have a thing now where we even want the prince to go up a pinnacle.
Yeah, but it's pinnacle to Bridgman.
You know, say something to me now go in at them thing there, you know.
Yeah, but
because we don't want it to look like the council. We no bully, you know. Council no bully, you know.
Yeah, but no, we're talking about the trench town. I know you're going to pinnacle too. Listen now. Yeah.
When we not try to show us there.
Yeah.
We certain things is on the agenda.
Yeah, but where the prince go a pinnacle for though? Where the prince go a pinnacle? Where the prince go a pinnacle?
Well, this is one of the where the founding father originate.
All right. So
we are seek now for the next 6 lot, 5 lot.
Yeah, but him can't know about it.
We're not talking about him. We're not talking about him, though. This is the council that deal with these things.
Yeah, but Gremlin, we just talk about trench town a while ago. Now we're gonna.
All right. We're talking about trench town.
After pinnacle, where we go now? Where we go after pinnacle? After pinnacle, where else you go talk about?
No, we just talk. You don't talk about.
But trench town, we don't talk about. You know,
we don't talk about. We could just stick on trench town.
Yeah, trench town we are work with. So him
right. We could work with trench town.
Yeah, so him must say now. Him must say that the meeting. Him must say, Michael.
Yeah.
You are gonna tell them when next week you can come and meet with them, and then you sit down and reason out when the prince can go to trench town.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah.
All right.
And
No, all right. So we know why you're not next. But we know why you're not next, Bridget.
Exactly.
You're going to set a meeting with the Millennium Council to see when, in this time when him there, to fit him into going to Trenchtown.
Yeah.
All right. Give thanks. Yes.
Yes.
Kremlin, give thanks. Yeah, Bridget?
Me hear that. Yeah. And we will ever send out information to him in concern of this meeting.
No, him have to send out information to you.
Right. And we will prepare to be there.
All right. Give thanks.
Right.
Give thanks.
Right. And blessed love here.
Yeah, man. Blessed man. Yes. Cutting edge.
Yes, Rastafari.
Who this?
I rely on man.
I rely. But we don't work out the thing in I rely. Nobody have to more fire upon it.
We always be a part of the motorcade as His Imperial Majesty.
Yeah.
Always over the years.
Yeah, we do that all the while. All IRFM follow the motorcade too.
Yes, but I give thanks so that I mediate nicely I give thanks to that,
Yeah.
because that is really need to come to amicable type of understanding pertaining to the visit. But our father embraced last time, so we're supposed to bring a dispute. All we have to do.
No, dispute can't do that. Dispute can't do that, but we have to work out the dispute. Dispute can't do that.
Motor.
Yeah.
A long time I call you.
No, wait, you mean say me no want hear, but me say dispute can't do that. Me no want answer something what you say.
Yeah, so
no, but you listen to the radio, brethren. That's why you said that you are listening to the radio and I confuse the thing and I tell you what me confuse it. You are listening to the radio and I confuse the thing.
Yeah. Radio.
Yeah, then that you for the one. Yeah.
All right, yeah. That's all right. You see this occasion of his imperial majesty and praise last year. We should make it most extravagant. We never like a shake in smoke as family, But this is an occasion we can kind of narrow the gap between Rastafari and family, I see. And once you can come together and create something amicable.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
That occasion where warrant about can bring something warrantable.
Yeah.
Where His Majesty is concerned. And we can't play tough like that is my one and me one it and all them type of thing. That type of behavior attitude must be shared. You see? So why when I say, over the years I have around the motor gate and we give thanks. Because I never been something. I mean, we're involved all Rasta people. See, I give thanks to the Million Council who kind of sponsor things that go on over the years. You see? So why I say no motor? And I give thanks for the immediate, I love to scheme again, I respect all the amicable coming immediate thing that is yes, we can set Iowa where we can have a reason and all them type of thing. Because you have now, this motorcade now, specifically I deal with like say, through the far right come to him. Because we grow up now, we grow now, we become dealer faculties now, right, You see, we become like a nation people. So the things now broad based now. You see, so the necessary I believe is to come for airport and all them type of thing. We have to involve become member of Bakawal and Trenchtown.
Yeah, but hold on now. You see, we have go back now, go upset the applicant again. We just say that traditionally, this is where the motorcade used to do. No, you say we don't have to follow that again. Why we not have to follow that again? Because you want him, it's one man now, is the thing in the thing, we never used to do the prince. Yeah, so we don't have to follow the tradition of the motorcade again because the Millennium Council want him come at Trenchtown.
No, not specifically Millennium Council, not specifically
Millennium Council.
The Rastafari community.
No, but when I say no, Ryan. We don't work out the things, we will try to say. Yeah, but no, but no, you go back over the thing now to say, we not have to follow the tradition where we used to have. And that you say, him not have to go at this and go at that again. Because it's a wider thing now.
We never go to King's House. We never go to Parliament.
Yeah.
So you never take them direction there. But it go through. I will never do that yet. See?
Yeah, but we are doing the thing that we usually do. We are doing the thing that we usually do.
And things that we never usually do.
No, we are doing the things that we usually do.
Yes.
And no, wait now. So you want to include something else now.
Yes.
Because you don't want to follow the tradition again. So me I said to you now, that was right the reasoning I go on if you say, we can come to an applicable reasoning by saying how much time it going to take to do this and do that and do that. Therefore now the Trenchtown thing still go on. So maybe we can, not me, but maybe the prince can work out, or Michael can work out that thing between Una and him and say, all right, the prince going to come to Trenchtown a Saturday, a Friday before him go a Mantic or be whatsoever and work like that now. But no, what me talk about the Trenchtown now, Kremlin talk about Pinnacle too. So it's like that extend the thing.
Yeah, because we don't talk about just 3 days alone, you know. Because 3 days, you know, we just pull but we have to have aim and objective, you know.
But it's how much days the man got there, that's the thing, you know.
No, how much days, the event that could take place during the absentee and the prince and leave.
Yeah, but the argument is about where the prince can come and not come. The argument is to make the prince go to Trenchtown.
Yeah.
So that is not whether it will go on beyond the time at the 3 days, you know. Because the prince got there more than 3 days, come go all a man to go be to, and him good and go Portland and want go Duns River. When I say to you that within that time when him there, Michael and the Millennium Council must find a space where them can say, when that thing are going on at Trenchtown, the prince can go down at Trenchtown. You understand? So that we should just leave it at that and see how the meeting are going to turn out with Michael and the Millennium Council to say, all right, we're going to work out the thing and see if what day the prince can come at Trenchtown, how long he can stay there before him go a Montego Bay or whatsoever, and work it out. But now, meanwhile, me I try work out that now, me hear criminal talk about Pinnacle now. So me don't know, maybe we only have a thing set up before.
Well, the occasion of a warrant, even visitor, let's say, you know, because what ones are coming who know about Pinnacle Train.
No, the prince we are talking about, the prince we are talking about now.
Yeah, well, all right, I could satisfy that part.
The prince we are talking about, yeah. We're not talking about the other one. Because watch out, what we there, Michael not talk about stopping Trenchtown and don't make no rats go there, you know. What Michael has said is that the prince is the prince. Eh?
It was the presumption down on top of Pinnacle. Trenchtown.
No, what may I say?
Going at that.
We're not going at that. But what may I say?
No,
the reasoning was...
It was very much negotiated.
Yeah, all right. So make a wait and see now. Because the prince, the Michael and the Millennium Council are going to sit down next week at a day of Michael choice. And they're going to sit down now and figure out, all right, so this is the time, and this is the time, and this is the time. Make we go and say, Trenchtown. You understand? As part of the celebration, not as part of the reenactment.
Let me give thanks to the mediative work they have performed, you know what I mean? Because enough time, it was few times then from being a participant within the gathering. You know, see? Send him open information and him respect.
But you go back, but Kremlin just said that a while ago, we don't want to go back over that, Virgin.
All right.
Kremlin just said that.
What we can go in about.
Yeah, but we don't want to go back in that. When, you know, when we're going to go back in it, here we're not going to go back in it.
No, give thanks.
You know, here when we're going to go back in it. When Michael and the Millennium Council meet, that is when we're going to go back in night. All right, blessed, yeah?
All right, Bridget.
Yeah, give thanks, yes. That is the only more reasoning they have. When Michael meet with the Millennium Council, and then we say what is work out or what never work out. So if what did work out, it just work out. If it never work out, we come back and say, wait. Or when Michael are deal with, or when the Millennium Council are deal with, what kind of madness is that? You understand how so it go? Yeah, all right. This is. We'll go back to this man, you know. Every time we play this man, we can't play. We'll play. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Motor.
Yeah, blessed.
Motor.
Yeah, man, may I listen?
Yes, man. I mean, you know, kind of credit that run out from me, man. I for me, I try to get there.
And Dermot. And Dermot this?
Yes, man.
Oh, yeah, blessed man. How you do, man? A long time I don't hear you, man.
Hey, give thanks, man. I wait to get from the ear, but every time I'm
you're on the ear, you know, and you have your radio on.
Well, let me turn it down. All right, you hear me now?
Turn it off, man. Turn it off, Bridget.
Let me unplug it out here.
Yeah, because you don't really want to hear yourself when you talk. I mean, everybody have to hear themselves when
they talk. Yeah. You still there?
Yeah, man. Me there, man.
All right, give thanks. First of all, I want to big up the eye for the work and the opportunity to speak. You know, I'm sitting here all night, I'm listening for me speak to Dr. Barnett and Irene and Kremlin. But what I want to talk about, I'll put it on hold momentarily to speak on the issue here. And, you know, first of all, when the doctor mentioned the mansions that are invited to participate in the 50th commemoration, I noticed he never mentioned School of Vision. It kind of cut me.
Who that?
Dr. Barnett, when he mentioned those that are expected to participate.
Yeah, instead of being your host.
Yeah, and he called out a whole heap of name and some of them not even go on, but I know you hear him say School of Vision, so I kind of feel like it could be offended there, but non-personal, it's just how I feel.
Yeah.
But the main issue though, And I don't know.
Anybody call you for take part tonight?
No, that's what I'm saying. But you are going, what is strange? Week before last Sunday, I was invited by Sister Missy to my Emperor Selassie school.
Mm-hmm.
And I was told that certain ones going to be there. So when I went to School of Vision, to my surprise, I was the only mansion
that was
there. Yes, and accepting Sister Missy.
You ever been to any of the Millennium Council meeting to deal with the Trenchtown thing yet?
Eh? No one has ever invited I. No one has ever invited I.
Neither Michael, neither the Millennium Council ever invite you nowhere.
No, then, well, yeah, other places, but where this
no, I'm talking about in terms of the 50th anniversary, that's all.
No one has invited I, no meeting or whatsoever.
No Millennium Council, no Michael.
No. And that is why I seek to make a correction here when they are them refer to the Millennium Council. No, me no want to call up no name, but there must be, must remember 2006 when we had a meeting at Marcus Garvey Center, remember?
I was there.
And certain ones were put aside because of their usurping misrepresentation of the Millennium Council.
They are cool. Them did have a cool.
All right, so look at it now, Muta. I and I that represent School of Vision as a priest and the founder was there 2007, yeah, when the Millennium Council came into being. It was started by Russ Manning, deceased, continued by Howie, deceased, presently and currently chaired by Sister Missy. So what we discover is a set of people now represent themselves as company limited. I don't know how to explain it, but
Mitzi I know the chair for the council again. Remember that meeting destroyed that meeting where they have done Marcus Garvey place totally get rid of that, you know.
No, well, I was not aware of that, you know, because what I'm seeking to say now is like when even these people, no one call on name, the same people that were expelled and rather 206 at Marcus Garvey Center, they are the ones that is representing themselves as a Millennium Council. I that's a member. I that's a member of the Millennium Council. Yeah, it was also I and I signature that inaugurated, you know. No one consult I heard recently some people say they are the Millennium Council and they are representing 7 mansions. But how come no one can consult I? And I am the priest for School of Vision. I have been meeting all over. Something is wrong, you know.
All right, who are the 7 mansions that the Millennium Council now represent?
No, but I don't recognize these people as the Millennium Council. No one have elected them as Millennium Council. If you want to even argue the issue briefly.
Okay.
You read me? Because
who's the chairperson now for the Millennium
Council? I still been around from 2007, and at no time these people have the authority to represent the mansions and collectively.
Who's the chairperson for the Millennium Council now?
Well, far as I'm concerned, I am persuaded that Sister Missy still is. I am a member of the council. Ross Purdy from House of Dread, 12 Tribe was represented, Orthodox Church was represented, so I don't know when she was voted out. This is something new to me.
No, nobody never voted her out, you know. What may I say to you? No, as it still now. Who you are told is the chairperson of the Millennium Council?
Well, far as I'm concerned, let me put it to you. I have been in meeting with the Governor General, represented from the Millennium Council, been in meeting with the former Prime Ministers on 2 occasions, represented by the Millennium Council. When I was there, I wasn't alone, you know. Sister Missy was there, Marcus Goff was there, Ross Purdy from House of Dread was there, 12 Tribes of Israel were there, and that is how I thought the council was functioning until
but you're talking about the long time Millennium Council. We're talking about the now Millennium Council.
Well, but when you say the no Millennium Council, I don't know where these people get the authority from. And I speak now with the autonomy of School of Vision. I was not consulted for even them to have, and that is why we have this problem here, you know. It needs to be settled, and Brother Muta, look now, imagine, it's the Emperor grandson, I believe, is coming. And it's little tangling back and forth. It look now to the people.
No, it's not going to do when him come. It's not going to do when him come. No, but it's not going to do when him come.
But you know him look good now.
When people sit down and try to work out things, some very terrible things happen when they work out the thing. But when it work out, it's fine and dandy. It's all right, man. It's just, we have to just work it out. It's a work out, you know. But it's before it not happen now, everybody get topsy-turvy and blood pressure rise and everything.
Well, personally, I would like to see, the things settled where the collective now can be properly represented.
Definitely.
On behalf of themselves and the communities at large.
So let me ask you a question now. part you going to play in the visit of His Majesty? Will you be in the motorcade?
Well, that's what I'm saying. No one invited.
No, but yeah, I know you play one, but you're Rasta. You're Rasta. Nobody never invite I neither. Even though I don't belong to no organization, nobody never invite I neither. Nobody invite a Trench Town. Nobody no invite I on the motor. When I go to the motorcade, how much years no, I never invite I just go to a Rasta. So I ask you now, will you be going to Trench Town?
Well, all right. What I will do personally, and how I have operated and still want to operate, I will get in touch with Sister Missy. I will get in touch with Bertie, Marcus Goff.
Yeah.
Yes, that is how I operate.
So let me ask you a question now.
Speak, man.
If Marcus and Missy say them nah go at the motorcade, you nah go?
No, that wouldn't stop I, but I'm seeking to say then, I would want to find out the participation of the council as I have been operating over the years.
But may I ask you a question now outside of the Michael Barnett and the Millennium Council? May I say, when Michael Barnett had do, it's not him come up with it, you know.
I am also aware of his position. So I don't have no problem with that. Matter of fact, I would want to call that proper representation.
But I ask you now, as a Rasta, if you will be going to the motorcade, you have to consult with people for go to the motorcade.
If they have to consult with people?
No, if you have to consult with Mitzi and consult with Michael Goff and whosoever you consult for go to the motorcade.
No, but first of all, Brother Muta, I can appear as a citizen. I have that right.
Citizen
and as a Rastafari, I could do that individual. But you see, I have a congregation. I would have to address it as you're aware of.
So you can go with your congregation as a Rastafari house represent your congregation in the motorcade.
Well, we like I say, we would have a problem with that, because I'm not a part of the, what I call it, the schism. You see, that would stop I from go and so forth. But like you said, Rasta business. But anyhow, really, my central purpose of calling there still was.
No, hold on. We want to get something clear, you know.
Speak, man.
All right. As a Rasta man, me not talk about no Millennium Council and Michael Barnett and all of them things that we're talking about. This motorcade is something we Rasta do from a long time. I ask you now if you will be participating and your organization will be participating in the motorcade.
Okay, all right. To answer that question, what I will do, and I think it should be done, like Sabbath coming now, I would bring it to the congregation attention and see what we could do.
Your congregation.
Which congregation?
Your congregation, you're talking.
Yes, man. Yes,
all right,
man.
So may I ask you the next question now, the follow-up question now. You have to go do the same thing now if you go to Trench Town. Do you have to collaborate with your congregation to go to Trench Town?
You're asking a question on that.
Yeah, because they're having something down Trench Town too. So I ask you if you have to consult with your congregation to go to Trench Town.
Muda, if I am responsible for the congregation, don't you think it would be appropriate for me to bring it to the attention for a response? Instead I just come up and I just dictate. And so I operate.
But I never say you must do that.
Well, that's what I said earlier on. I would have to put it to their attention in the Sabbath coming, and from there we'll take it up. Because we don't have a problem going to Trench Town and go with the entourage. I don't have a problem with that.
I just that me a try find out. So we can come up with the conversation now. I just that me a try find out if you are willing, say, if the congregation are you sit down, if we know we end up at the Millennium Council, and not the Millennium Council, the motorcade, or end up at Trench Town. I just that me want to find out.
Yes, man. We don't have a problem. Because like a man said before, no matter who and Rastafari, it's just that we want to work with principle and discipline.
All right.
And I know that I don't oppose that.
No, so we can come off of that now. Yeah, where we are.
All right. Yeah, man.
You know, so you have a short time. You know, so we take long to talk about that now. You have a short time now.
Yeah, man. Me want to browse on the microchip. The credit might even go out. But as you know from that time, what was my purpose and mission?
Yeah.
And even my location, I'm still here, about 19 years now. And we are hearing now that by 2017, the United States of America gonna unleash the same microchip which my work is in preparation of. Now, I don't know if these people down here are ready for this, that it will extend to Jamaica in the new world order that we at least everyone's expecting that it will manifest. Because the apparatus is in position, you know, but we are saying a full declaration of a new world order. Because these are the things the Rastaman is supposed to reason about instead of this squabble. Because I see it as a danger, Muta. I see this microchip implant here. But
the microchip implant, yeah, but a whole thing get implanted in the microchip already.
Yeah, but I'm speaking specifically of the one that is put into the human being, man. Put it into iron.
Them do that already.
Yes, but all right. So what we want to say now that when it is introduced to Jamaica, it is just stepping up of the TRN and it is the government.
So your people them going to tell you so them do it.
But look here, man. Just look here, no, Mota. Make a reason, no, because they are intelligent. No, we have a tax registration system in progress, don't my friend?
TRN, yeah.
All right, and from the introduction to where it is now, it is mandatory. Mandatory mean you have to have it, and if you don't have it, it means you are cut off from the material aspect. You will agree to that?
No, I don't agree to it because all my people have no TRN and them still have them business.
All right, now make a reason briefly. So you tell me now that without a TRN you can renew a driver's license?
No.
Without a TRN in the city you can get electricity and water?
Yeah.
Without a TRN you can function in the bank system, etc., etc. So that is what we mean, my brethren. Say the day is coming for these people here, and we look, say, from 2017 into 2019 it will be fully declared here, you know. So what we look at it as a dangerous thing for an eye to receive, and that's why the Bible refers to it as the mark of the beast.
What is that dangerous thing you talk about?
So look here now, all right. So Muta.
You mean the injection of the microchip is a dangerous thing? Are the TRN number?
Yes, man.
Okay.
Yes, man.
Yeah, okay.
How comes?
No, I say okay. I've tried following.
Yes, man. Because you see the big book, it refers to it as the mark of the beast. Now, for example,
the microchip,
in Revelation 14, verse 9 and 10, it says, "Woe be unto inhabitants of this earth that have received the mark of the beast, the worship of his name and his number."
Yes.
His judgment upon them people in the fire.
And the number is 666.
Eh?
And the number is 666.
666, but if we are speaking of the implantation of that number now, because you see, Muta, I know of the Illuminatis. Certain things some people try to avoid, because the people that don't have them fast asleep. All right, look here now, I look on two things. His Majesty said that a man is bound by two things, right? Spiritual and material. That is what binds the planet Earth. You know what I notice down here? Yeah. The spiritual part of humanity is dealt through the church. The material part is coming through the politician. And I find out that within these two realms, the people here are bound in ignorance. So you know what I say? Even from no brother Mota, them are going to go right into the mark, which is the microchip, not realizing that it is something that they should not receive.
But wait, is that I just talked about a while ago, you know, say, them have we eat food where we not supposed to eat.
I hear you.
The same thing we are talking about.
Yeah, and I want to use this moment to big up there because they are really attack some strong stuff, some straight talk. Yeah. And the people, them is not ready for your talk either, you know.
Well,
they're not ready for your talk either. All right, now look here now. I want to make a blunt statement. Earlier on, when you start the program, you mentioned glory to our son and power, which is Rastaman utterance from that long time. Because it's not about me, you know. This a man just come around. They hear a man like a Bob Marley saying, "Whoa, I'll never forget when they crucified Jesus Christ." Rastaman was trying to make a stipulated sentence and statement to say that Jesus thing I want him bring. You even went as far as a man buck him to embark upon it. Yes, because it is what they call now, it's ingrained. It's not that you were born with it, you know. It was induced upon the individual. Yes. It's what I mean. So the phrase now fit what the pastor preach and what the pastor present unto the people. A white man and young man, may a down band comes to that. Then Muta, what these people don't realize, you know, you see that power here that is manifested in the name of Jesus. Yeah. That is not the power of Christ in a fire.
They never, you may just say Jesus is a bad word.
Well, I mean, no, you have said it, and it is true, but I don't know if I did find it so far to realize that the same Jesus is Lucifer in a fire.
Well, you know,
this will offend some people, but being a man, it is the pentagram power. Yeah, but it is not a file Selassie.
All right, hear me now.
And I talk as a priest, not to disrespect anyone, but in the prerogative and the capacity as a priest.
Yeah, but hear me I say no. You see, I personally don't believe in no devil. I know Lucifer. I know devil.
Well,
devil and Lucifer is a manifestation of the other side of human ways.
Muta. No, number one, there is your host. Give thanks to the privilege.
Okay.
I that speak by the autonomy of Haile Selassie, School of Vision, Bible Study, Prophecy, and Sabbath Worship. So it's in this context now. I reflect myself through the eye and the opportunity and to the world at large.
And I just tell you what I stand.
When you say you don't believe,
no, you tell me.
I respect your view.
I respect your view. I respect your view.
Yeah, and it's not only that, it's that I believe, I pass a stage, I deal with knowledge.
Yeah,
so what I want them to know, say.
I can tell you what to eyes the devil. It's the devil we want to talk about, where Bible people talk about. The devil is the evil of the other side of human purpose. So it's man. I'm not talking about every man. Every man on the earth have the potentiality to be evil, and every man have the potentiality to be good. So there is no individual.
Muta, I would not know that because that
I know you will. I know you will because he's a Bible man.
Yeah, I would not know what you say because I have that. I have that endued good and evil in everyone. But what you seek to say, you're right clearly. No, when I speak in a fireman, I speak with authority still in the car. You're right, please. You see, when we say God and Satan, we are dealing with two different forces, two different powers.
Yeah, I understand.
Good that. So when I say Emperor Haile Selassie first, it's God Almighty.
Yeah.
I make a declaration that through knowledge.
Yeah, and I don't heal Haile Selassie with no God attached to
Well, all right. So look, and as my host, I will respect your views, but you hear me, Muta. You see, when I declare the king, Bible says so, and I, one of the children, I say so. Now, the next thing we know, you see, when we say Haile Selassie, you say Magen mean the key to David, and that is a 6-pointed star. Now, if the I will allow I, to esoteric, I mean the esoterical keys to the 6-pointed star.
You know, so it's either you go old or call back. Oh, I'm still there, Dermot?
Yes, my lad. No, you're right now. You see, it's when a man like I know, the Emperor Haile Selassie is the Almighty God. It offends some people, but you're right, you know why I say so though? I don't find no other King of Kings and Lord of Lords except this man. I see Muta, I can read for yourself. And the one book I read, but I name them out. You see, but when I read this book here, what them call the Holy Bible, I find out the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, like a Revelation 5 verse 5, I see that's Emperor Haile Selassie. When I read 1 Timothy chapter 6 from verses 13 to 15, I find again that when the man Jesus returned, his title shall be King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I was 12 years old. 1966, the 21st of April, when this man came here, I have 62 now, and I look a baby, I see that man with a sash cross in chest, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. You know, my brother Muta, I go read Catch a Fire with Timothy Blanc and find out this, so that man never born him Haile Selassie first. That man born him Lichterfari, and at the age of 40 years old, the heart of that.
Hold on there. Reverse. When I come here, you seem having
King of Kings and Lord of Lords. I was 12.
And what him have it?
And him have a khaki suit.
No,
alright, for example, you like when I watch Miss World, the crowning.
Yeah,
and these participants would have a sash.
A sash.
I saw a sash from that man right across his chest.
Yeah.
King of Kings, Lord of Lords. I was 12 years old.
Alright, who give him that sash? Who give him
that sash?
Yeah. Which part him get the sash from?
Well, naturally, that man left it to up and come on already. So far, I to answer who give it to him. I couldn't say him wife. I can't say the priest. All I know, at the age of 12, I see him with it cross him chest.
And you see it, Mark, King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
The Muta, if I lie, may God kill I want to see my eyes. And I was 12 years old. And I was 12. I never knew that man could have been the Almighty.
Make I tell you something. Hold on there. Rita Marley say, she see when I say hold up him hand.
Let me read that, so she says so. That's a fair testimony.
Yeah. Let me ask if you see the King of Kings, Lord of Lords.
Yes, man. That's why I take a vote with my two eyes. I tell you something to Muta. Yeah, I was 12, you know. I look at youth, I youth a sentence, I ban. I know not going to rasta thing more than a couple man I put on locks. I remember that day the whole country up and down where them say the Rasta gotta come. So everybody was curious. At TV, I look and see it, you know. And I see when him stand up on the plane step. them khaki suit.
Every man have a testimony. Everyone have a testimony about it. Everybody have a testimony to
well, give thanks. So what you know, no? I joined the army. I never knew so that man could have been. You know? So I have a personal contact with that man. If you know that man is the return Messiah, and I try to evangelize no one. That is my personal testimony.
All right.
So when I go find out now, say the name Haile Selassie first, as you know, is an Amharic word and a name. That name was not a birth name. You get it when he was 40 days old, baptized in the Coptic Church, and a name never used throughout his reign until 38 years later, when the man crowned King of Kings and Lord of Lords. The name Haile Selassie I bust out, which mean the might of the Trinity. Then I go read the Bible.
Wait, back up again. When Haile Selassie was crowned, you hear them crown him King of Kings. When the man put on the crown, you hear them say King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
No, I never hear that pano tape, and I know the annals show King of Kings of Ethiopia. So on the strike, if I have the Lion of Judah, page 56, I study all them things if I say, but what I tell you, say, this man come here with a title, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. You know what is so unique to me now? I say it's not a believer, it's something I know. No other man never travel with that title. So let's say then, for assumption's sake, that the man took it upon himself.
No. Why we say that? I know him take it upon himself.
Oh, well, you see, I was about to use assumption, to say it would have justified.
No, the reason why I asked you that, because I have heard people say King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And believe you me, I don't know where them get the Lords of Lords from.
Well, all right. And you know something, my brother? May the Almighty powers bless you, because if you study all and all, you will not find it recorded in the books, because them say so run his title, King of Kings, and there was not an addition of Lord of Lords.
Because when I hear them crown him, I hear the man say, behold the King of Kings. I never hear them say Lord of Lords.
All right, but look here now. All right.
As a matter of fact, no Lord, nothing in Ethiopia.
Some mysteries here, I know that.
Yeah.
No, I don't speak Amharic, but I ask those down here to the Orthodox Church I've studied Amharic. If the man in Amharic title wasn't Negus Nagesti, give him away, give him away. Negus Nagesti is King of Kings. Give him away in the Amharic is Lord of Lords. So you see, them need to tell the people the truth.
But no Lord no in Ethiopia, no Lord no in Ethiopia.
No, yeah, man, you have Lords all over, man.
Which part
Lords just a title.
Yeah, but
Lords is just a title, as you know.
No, which part in Ethiopia them have Lords?
Which part of Ethiopia, right there. So let me ask you a question. If you don't have Lords, why there is give away? And that is a Amharic definition for a Lord of Lords.
No,
you have Lords in every kingdom that you have Lords. That's just a title. But we say now that this man now, King of Kings means king over all kings. Lord of Lords means Lord over all the lords of the earth. I have that knowledge. And to me it is simple.
All right.
So what we are saying now,
I don't want to make the thing sound away, but my character
reason.
When Ethiopians say King of Kings, is King of Kings over all the earth they matter about? Or is Rasta say that?
All right. Look here now. I want to be careful because I now receive to represent myself.
Yeah.
To be more justified, I would have wanted to say King of Kings of Ethiopia.
But that it say.
Right.
Because you have many kings in Ethiopia, but the emperor is the king of all the kings.
All right, but look here now. Yeah. All right, no, Muta. For sure you how intricate and delicate this matter is now. Yeah. I don't have a book before me, but through my mind.
Me not have a book before me neither.
I give thanks, my virgin. Let us look at 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 13 to 15.
You look on it. Me not look on it. You look
on it. I mean, through your mind. I mean, know the I study still.
Yeah, but
I try to evangelize you, but we must reason. I can't reason.
You can't evangelize me, but you got to read Timothy now if it suit what you want to say.
No. But all right, then look here, brother Buta, 32 now. Suppose then, if Timothy book is an interpretation now and a clarification and justification
of what you think,
King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
No, it justify what you believe.
But it's not a belief,
Or what you think you know.
But so Muta, can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something? Because remember, I'm not here to exalt myself. I'm only seeking to express myself ethically and democratically. But hear this now.
Yeah.
Muta, when I come on, man, when I examine things, I have a right to examine things,
Of course.
When I look at even the composition of the New Testament, you have to bear in mind that was hundreds of years before the birth of the emperor. And I know you will agree, don't you?
Of course.
Historically.
Of course. Sure.
So I am saying now, from a Christian point of view.
Okay.
Yeah. Paul, 2,000 odd years ago before the birth of the emperor, charged Timothy that in the return of Christ, his titles will be King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So I say it is so unique before the coming of Emperor Yesterday. No other man dare show that title. So that is groundation of I faith, my brethren.
No, I never say no, you know. Watch out. If you have a faith, you know. Wait there, I can tell you something. Yes, when a man have a faith, there's a whole heap of things that him look for validate the faith, you know.
To what?
When people decide upon a faith, them go out of them way sometime to get things to validate the faith. And the more them see things...
Yes, but that is when the person is eccentric. No, I am not eccentric. I am a normal, rational person.
Most religious people, to me, stay away. Them cut off the foot for fit the shoes.
No, I am tolerant. I am open-minded.
No, I know you're open-minded.
And speaking of, all right, no, come on, because they are a scientist. I mean, I say just to big you. Why I say so, you have been around a long time, you are well-studied and so forth. But what they need to realize, you know, the Rasta here, community, you will agree, it is vast. Meaning you have all different types or concepts within Rastafari. I know you will agree. Yeah. So what is wrong now if a man like I know is of the religious persuasion? Because remember, as Majesty said, a man that is without religion is like a rudderless ship that is caught up on the high seas and is driven and smashing the rocks. So is the soul without Christ. So I am not ashamed.
You see the beauty about Rasta? Yeah, one of the beauty about Rasta. One of the beauty about Rasta is them take a white man writing and turn it round for suit for them faith.
You're referring to the Bible?
Yes.
All right, give me a say, you know. You see a man like I know. Let me say, you know, I'm not speaking for the Rasta community. Yeah. I'm not speaking for the pastor in the church, and I'm not talking for no politician. Yeah. I talk with the autonomy of the order that I represent. Right. I mean, I want to be very clear upon that. When I talk, no, you see, I talk after what I research, what I prove for myself.
You know the Bible.
Yeah, then look here. What is Majesty saying? No, that and you see there's a difference with me, you know, and some of the last man when I say that different concept in a Rasta.
Him say we in Ethiopia have the oldest version of the Bible.
Because I is one of those that not only worship the King as God, I respect him. You know what him say? Him say himself glory in the Bible. Yeah. Him adjure that I should search it. Because in doing so I will find truth for myself.
Yes.
And I know you know of this speech. So
of
in
course.
That capacity,
I can't say it word for word. I can't say it word for word.
Yeah. Look at man. That's what I say. There is a scientist. I know enough to even hold your throne seat. And I know bad mind the man. The man is a mega star. The man is doing a great work. But you have to understand where I come from.
No, I know where you're coming from, Richard. I know where you're coming from.
Mota is before last Sunday I see you know. I even say to your wife down at His Majesty School, you know why? I vision I come in our place and sit there and sit on our table. And you know what I quote? Isaiah 7 verse 14 and bam you up in a book. And the reason for that was to show you say he's a black Christ. So it's like a white man Jesus what them put up. I don't know them bring in Lucifer now and check with the people. But Mota, you know why
who's a black Christ? Who's a black Christ? Who's a black Christ?
The Bible shows a black Christ if a man reads himself. For example, Jeremiah 8 verse 21, before the man changed it up, now a new translation, the man stated, I am black categorically. Daniel 7 verse 9 said the Christ here is pure wool. I don't know fool.
No, wait, hold on.
The last book is Revelation.
Which part of Daniel mentioned Christ?
Christ, all right. Hear me now. Daniel 7 verse 9. You're right. I quote. Yeah. Daniel 7 verse 9.
Yes.
The prophets shall be till the thrones were cast down. Yes. And the ancient of days did sit. We look at that to refer to the Christ. Descriptively.
No, you are referred to it as Christ.
Then look here, it's not I alone fire, but speaking for myself.
The people who write it and put it, they not refer to it as Christ.
But look here now. Yeah. I say I speak for myself, Yeah. And I say descriptively, mean describing the man and say his garment was white as snow, but the hair of his head pure wool. I'm gonna done that, We look at Revelation 1, from verse 13 to 15, it show you in the midst of the seven candlestick. One look like the Son of Man, him show you him dress.
Yeah, that's all of them quote that's where Wally Rasta come up with. A whole heap of Rasta, most Rasta, if you talk to them, exactly what you are saying now, it's so them say it.
Then look at, but Muta, you have truth and lies, you know. With a man believing that God has Satan, you still have to acknowledge truth versus lies.
So
Muta, the foundation of Rasta is based on truth, you know. What is Rasta message? That Emperor Haile Selassie is the Almighty. Then I have been still a say so. Though you have some man and a laps upon God, Jah, Bible, I am not persuaded like that.
I can tell you something now.
Yeah, I know come that way.
If I tell you, say, I now add God for Haile Selassie, because to me... if I tell you, say, the way I look on Haile Selassie, I would need to put God on it, because my idea of Haile Selassie higher than God.
All right, you know something now. Give me a second for an intellectual challenge here. Because I know job I want the credit. Muta, you see, all right, Muta, you see the difference with me and the man they were shook God? Here I know.
Yeah.
Did I not say I can read for myself?
It's like I shook Jesus too.
No, I kill that up straight, but look at me, with the God. But hear me now. Muta, give me a say, God.
Yeah.
No, speaking for myself and as a priest, you know what I do?
Yeah.
I look up the word God for myself. There are books that give analogies, you know. I mean, no guy don't know either.
What God mean?
And neither am I.
So what God mean?
So, well, praise Jah now. Hear this now. It's when I look for the word God.
What God mean, yeah.
Yeah, it says supreme, comma.
Yes.
Most high, comma. Deity, comma. And supernatural. So you see with these characteristics now, one man, I put that man.
Yes.
And that man is the King of Kings and Lord of Lords and the might of the Holy Trinity. I ain't not going no further than that. Yeah. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie, Baba Janai, Baba Shanti Satamatagana, Tetragrammaton Kabir Ramla is the King.
Yeah, but the King. But you know, calling Haile Selassie God don't make him higher and lower.
Well, I hear me. One writer say
Haile Selassie is enough for Haile Selassie.
Yes, man. I hear him, and some man say it's a great thing. Them get a king blessing.
Some people
call him. It's a God. Them get a godly blessing. That is my duty.
Some people say Haile Selassie. You ever hear someone refer to the emperor and call him Selassie?
You know what, zeal. All right, you hear this now. This can shock you. Briefly. You know, so when I was down at His Majesty School week before last Sunday, I wasn't the only one there. My virgin Bunny. I read on me attack, man.
Yeah.
You know, say, when ones and ones refer to His Majesty, you know what the man say?
Wow.
Burn His Majesty now. That's everyone shook. But you know what I analyze the man's statement to mean? Yeah. The man was seeking to make a difference of the utterance of His Imperial Majesty differently from His Majesty ordinarily.
And that means I don't know when a man says Selassie. It's the most disrespectful thing I can hear him say when he says Selassie. It's supposed to be Haile Selassie.
But by right, Selassie is just barefoot, you know. Because you have many men named Selassie. We are talking about His Imperial Majesty. Haile Selassie first.
Yeah, but
that is a definition.
Yeah, but I now go say, if I talk to Haile Selassie, if I refer to Haile Selassie, I now call him Selassie.
All right, Muta, that one I'm going to flabbergast you, man. Yeah, you're right. You're right quickly. You're right now. We move from the lamb to the lion. That is biblical. You know what is left now?
Wow.
Chariots of fire after the mark, boss. You think, you can. Muta, you think where I am now, I just get up and come and so? After the mark, boss. It is world enslavement by the GPS. I know you know what that means, satellite and computer. That means all your freedom is taken. Before Mr. Wellness took office, he promised that if he was elected, he would insist that all the communities have CC camera. Hey, them boy have some big plan for the people.
So you don't agree with that?
It's like how you don't accept His Majesty as God. Eh?
No, wait, don't get me wrong, you know, brethren. Listen, hear what I say now, because I don't want you to twist the thing, you know.
No, man, I have this.
No, listen.
Respectful.
You say I talk for I now. You see, God and devil, no in my consciousness.
Me hear what you say that negation. I would mention this no for a general humorous laugh.
Wait, you see,
but a man is entitled to them belief.
Wait, man. You see, Haile Selassie, Haile Selassie is what bring me to where me is now and who me is now. So I will not reject.
But let me ask you, are you finished? Are you finished with growing?
No, I will not reject Emperor Haile Selassie. No, you see, when I look upon the concepts of God and devil, I refuse in my tradition right now, in my ability to understand things, I refuse to hold God and devil in my consciousness.
All right, I hear you. Give me a second.
And I refuse Haile Selassie, you know, I just tell you,
me hear you.
I refuse the concept of God and
devil. I want to say my virgin, because you're a great...
You're a virgin, man. You're a virgin, man.
Seriously talking, you're a virgin, you know why? You're very Afrocentric and inclined, and we love you for that. But
even though you make Ian Boy make you cuss me, but you're a virgin, even though you make Ian Boy make you cuss me.
We have to do what the man name, man, oh man. But Muta, seriously, hey, believe it or not, I know, matter of fact, your habits that you have is, matter of fact, the longevity, the testimony said, yeah, I will be around to see the galactical advent. Because being man, you have that chip that bus.
I hope so.
And a rebuke and human conscience that is motivated by decency, know that it is a gross abomination. All them things are manifest before I know the word of the Almighty God. Can you start off to say, you start off to say, glory to word, glory to sound and power. I listen to you carefully, and it sounds so good.
I never said no glory to word, I said word, sound, and power.
Thank you for the correction, sir. But in any case, there was a form of exaltation there. So I know, and I live by the written word, and I prove that word, and I find the prophetical word, and I know, say, after the market bus,
live by it. Even that keep you happy and fulfilled.
But it's not only happy. I have seen the fruits. Yeah. So what I don't know. All right, Muta, seriously, no remark.
No, you know, so we have to move now, though.
Yeah, man. Watch. I sell my place. I know much here. You know the place. Yeah. Why you think? 19 years I got now, you know. So I know what the people don't know, and they're going to be the foolish virgins.
All right, we know, so we have to move now.
So bless yourself, man.
A long time today, you know, believe you. You can't
and I give thanks for this opportunity, man. Bless yourself, the wife and the royal family.
I give more than Ian Boyd give for the television.
On behalf of School of Vision, thank you very much.
Blessed, give thanks, yeah?
Aye.
Yeah, man, give thanks to the movement. Yeah, we have some brethren we love, you know, because, yes, you know, and some people might hear me attack. You see, when, I know, all right, you see, Dermot is a brethren where him is a Bible scholar and him follow with the Bibles and things. You see, when I just aside Rasta, I go at 12 tribe and I hear about this Bible thing, you know. When I got 12 tribe, I hear about this Bible thing. You see, when I go left Kingston and go Bush go live, you see the rest of them ride the demons where I come to this level, you know. I never hear them a quote Bible. I never them a read Bible. And them a yell Haile Selassie. I know hear them a talk about no God, no devil. And it used to perplex I. Because I come from city and I hear Haile Selassie is God, Haile Selassie is Christ in his second coming and all them things. And I say, but them Rasta man here, not talk about God, not talk about no devil, not talk about no Jesus. And them a heal Haile Selassie. And it take years for going high in space. That I look at the lady, my children, them mother and say, but wait, this is a thing where we have to go examine, you know. And we stay in the bush there and examine. And I say, but wait, a serious thing. The God and devil thing never work out. The God and devil thing never work out. But you see, true we have to say Haile Selassie, it carry in a state of knowledge, ital tradition, nature tradition, where lead me to this. And then I go start to study ancient African traditions and realize, but the ancient, them used to look on the emperor just like how Rasta look on the emperor. The ancient, them in Egypt, in Kemet, them used to look on the emperor, the pharaohs, the pharaohs, not the emperor, the pharaohs. Just like how the Rasta them look on the emperor. And we know, well, I know that if I never did say Haile Selassie, I wouldn't be the person who I am now. And I find myself, I love myself. I love myself, believe you me. And Brian love me. Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm a brethren. And we know, say, I don't think I am hated by the world because I am treading how I'm treading. And we break certain rules and certain orthodoxy in Rasta But I come in a Rasta and I Bingi, I never used to hear the Rasta them talk about Haile Selassie God. Never. In the Bingi house, me talk about, no, me not talk about the Bingi house as an organization. Because right now the Bingi house come like organization. Man, I write pen and paper and I read Bible and something. When I just start about Bingi, I never see Rasta read Bible. And every man in there, I say, Haile Selassie is the Almighty I. No, Almighty God. Never hear the word there. In the Bingi. Never. I don't care where a man want to tell me. I never grew up in a Rasta. Come here. Hardcore Rastafari. Now a Bingi man. I say, Emperor Selassie is the Almighty God. Yes, still every man. I say, I, Emperor Selassie, I. You understand? So, I don't want a man twist and get it wrong. I don't want a man when he say, well, you know, you must say, I know God. Yeah, we don't work with God. Looks like we don't work with the devil. There's no opposite to Haile Selassie. There's no, when you talk about God, you have an opposite. God can't exist without the devil. And devil can't exist without God. It's one kind with two different states. So, I just want to get that clear because I hope people might hear me keep saying that thing. They say, we not work with no God. And I say, then yeah. Then no Musa say my Rasta and them not say Haile Selassie. No, we have to say Haile Selassie is the God part that we not work with. Just like we not work with Jesus. Because same pagan, him not work with Jesus neither. Because him talk about Jesus and, you know, turn the world because it's power. It's power. We not work with no Jesus. We not work with Jesus neither. That is how unorthodox I am. We're not working with no God. We're not working with no devil. We're not working with no Jesus. We're not working with no Jesus. And we're not working with no John either. Because Jah is a bastardization of a Hebrew word Yah. Y-A-H is Yah. The only place in the Bible Jah there is Psalm 68. Extolling that rising up on the wind, that's Jah. And that is an English Jah. There's no J in Hebrew language to say Jah. And we go as far as knowing, say, not even Jah, because it's knowledge. And the more you examine and the more information you get, you can't be afraid to shed what you thought you know. I am not one of those who find out something and when I examine the something, I realize, but this is a right thing. And because I did that to something else before, I now go say, no, I now go say that again. Because I come up and I say, Emperor Selassie is God. And I move from that. Years ago, me I talk about like, how much year old me is that? Me I talk about like 40 years ago. We move from the God thing. So if a man wants to steal this one, Emperor Selassie is God, but I say nothing. But me now validate Haile Selassie in a no Bible. Me now validate Haile Selassie in no Bible. Because it's a contradiction, whole heap of contradiction involved when you start to do that. Yeah.
Get up and do something. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. If you don't stand for something, you're gonna fall for anything. We had a day to start.
Yes.
Yes, Muta.
Oh, me not hear about that. Wait, what man dingo are you that?
Yeah, me I tell you, it's almost an hour me I hear the evangelist there a while ago, you know. So you have to go give me some money for my credit, you know.
Well, you should hang up and call back.
No, because sometimes when you hang up and try to call forward, you don't get through, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you see that program, you know, it takes different turns and twists and...
No, me know, but me just that the turn where it take this man in almost an hour.
Yeah, but that's what it come like Walker's Wood. A Walker's Wood, turn and twist. Like Fern Gully.
You know.
Anyway.
Yes, Muta, because, you know, even I hear that this is the thing where that brethren there a while ago exemplify the problem where some of our people have is that them get caught up in this Christian Bible business. You know? this Christian Bible business and not dealing with the African spiritualities and religions where precede this Christian Bible and them Abraham business there and that type of thing. The kind of definition. And then we have a situation now where in this world, we see what happened in Brussels the other day, 2 Tuesdays ago. We see what happened in Pakistan where some Taliban blew up and kill mostly children and women because they must celebrate Easter and things. But we have to, as African people, have to talk about those Muslims as fanatics in Boko Haram in Nigeria and elsewhere in Africa who killing African people because them not Muslim.
Yeah. And I'm about them kill Muslim too who don't in the same part like Sunni, like the Sunnis and the Shia, them a kill one another.
Like those who are Shia, them a kill the Shia them and that type of thing, you know. I'm not different from the European Christians them where kill other people in the name of so-called religion, you know. And we have noticed most of the African Muslims in Africa and outside of Africa, in the States, Jamaica, Britain and elsewhere, you don't hear them condemning what these jihadists doing in killing Africans who are not Muslims, because as you know, I am an African traditional. I am not Christian and not Muslim and never will be. And we need to deal with our own original spiritualities and so. Take for example what is called Ethiopia now. The largest group, national group in Ethiopia is the Oromo, more than the Amharic and the others and so on. Yeah. And the name for the creator in their Oromo language is WAQ, W-A-Q. So even those who say that them is Rasta must overstand that in what is now called Ethiopia, the country called Ethiopia, we used to call Abyssinia and thing. Before the groups like the Oromos and other people have our own indigenous native religions and spiritualities with our names and our precepts until Christianity was introduced through Frumentius.
Yeah, the Byzantine era.
Precisely. So, you know, this Jesus Christ business and no Christian Bible business. And Bible simply mean book. We have our original books. And me not follow me, and how am I, an African who know myself, to follow anything to do with Abraham and his descendants, when I, the African, is thousands of years before Abraham and any other set of people. No way. My solution as Africa, as Marcus Garvey said, we look within ourselves and we must Lego this Christian Bible and this Muslim Quran business. We just come on the scene and we all use things from our culture and them type of thing there. We don't need to be imprisoned by the thought patterns and the literature in the Christian Bible and also the Muslim Quran, etc., who fight and try to destroy indigenous, original African spiritualities and religions.
That may I say?
Yes, I'm in love with where you talk about with the pharaohs and things, because there was a time after what is called Egypt, which is Kemet, was united upon Lower Egypt, the north and the south, by Narma, who the Greeks called Menes and thing. After a while, you did find that some of the pharaohs were seen as deities. Yeah. As you correctly say, by some of the people. So this concept that some people regard some kings and so as deities is nothing new.
African tradition.
Precisely. It's nothing new. But we know in African tradition that the Almighty Creator is simply the Almighty Creator. God is word God. It's a Scandinavian word which simply mean a superhuman being. Yeah. The etymology of it. Supreme. That's what that means.
Supreme being.
Yes, for them. Yeah. You know, and they just come on the scene. So we have to deal with where we have to deal with. Our people need to study our own spiritual
and religious traditions which predate Islam, Christianity, and the Hebrewism of Abraham, and things. You know, and you have people come on your program, for example, I try push them Christian religious thing in all kind of disguise, and at the same time pretending that is not them little Christian business that them trying to push. You know, a quote about Daniel, this and that and that. But the thing about it is that through you and I grew up and we know this Christian Bible too, them not able to fool us. You see? Because the literature where them quoting is literature that we read from we are youths. But we overs that and sit through that. By us knowing ourselves, you know, and that type of thing. But I just want our people to know that we have a war also as African people against these Muslim jihadists who are trying to forcefully convert or kill Africans and other people who do not accept their religious terrorism.
But you know, the Christian them say that anytime Jesus come back, all those who don't believe in him shall go down in hell and burn. So them also preach the death of people who don't agree with them.
Exactly. Both of them are opposite sides of the same kind. Both of them doing the same. It's really just terrorism, because you and I know these Christians will tell you that, you know, the other day I was talking to a woman and she said, if I am born again. And I said, no, I am not born again, but I worship the Creator. She said, well, I can't talk to you because since you are not born again, I can only pray for you. I say, I will pray for you. She get vexed.
Yeah, well, I sit down in a plane with a white woman beside me and she said, son, if this plane should go down now, where would you go? I say, I don't know where you're talking about, because the whole way I go them say, well, you should go
precisely
that your spirit go up. I say, all right, we just go back and sleep to rotting. Because if the plane go down, the whole way I go down, she say, me have to make sure it's me go up. I have to believe in that Jesus to go up.
They try to use this Jesus Christ thing to terrorize people psychologically. Because what this woman said to me too was that it is not, if I don't serve Jesus Christ, I cannot be saved. I say, I don't serve your Jesus Christ. I serve the Almighty Creator who created I and Jesus Christ. She look at me in horror.
I hear a black man I tell some people past CNN that they are defend Trump to say the Jews they must convert, just like when Trump say him not allow the Muslim them in America. Hear him now, no? Yes, and the Jews they must convert to Christianity because there's no other name that man can be saved but in the name of Jesus Christ. I say, okay. That is the next one. Anyway, we have to move here in a bridge at 2 o'clock.
True. And them and the Muslim jihadists, they are no different.
All right.
They're the same thing.
We have to move.
Terrorists, religious terrorists. Blessed love.
Yeah, we want to give thanks to the moment, give thanks to the time, give thanks to the energy. We see matrix behind we saw. But, you know them way there, you know when I listen to the title is Elect of God. Think about it. Rastaman want to change that and say elect of himself. It's really a weird thing. That's what you call cut off your foot to fit the shoes. When the Rastaman say elect of himself, that means God elect himself, you know. And then them go with the thing about theocracy, government. All these things is what people say, but we have to take some deep thinking. You know, Plano say Rasta lead a new faculty of interpretation. Plano say that. Plano say, and Plano is a philosophy at its highest level. Plano say Rasta need a new faculty of interpretation. And him know why him say it. But really and truly, when a man examines something and him realize that something is not in line with where him believe in, or when think him know. Even though the thing are blatant in front of him, him refuse to let go of the thing when him think him believe in or when he think him know. You know, it's like a man I go to an edge of cliff and him knows him go jump off. But true, they didn't have in their mind say, boy, right now, man did a fly in a golden day, so him go all fly too. Him ignore the reality of the situation, or the knowledge, or the precedence that is set about height. So, we want the people them to understand where we are come from. We are talking about Haile Selassie in the ancient Kemetic understanding of Ra. How the Egyptian them, how the Kemet people them see them Pharaoh. That is the understanding that we are come with. We not come with one book where written who we don't even know who write it. And we hear the quotes all the while about Haile Selassie saying this and saying that, but that is Haile Selassie. Just like how Fagan, that is what Fagan has said. Fagan have the Bible for comfort him. It is my knowing in Haile Selassie that I work with. That is why I say, sound like a contradiction. If you think so, your problem is not mine. We're gone, you know. Tomorrow, well, not tomorrow, little more from this, stepping razor from 2 to 5:45. We give thanks for Brian, give thanks for Tracy, give thanks to me hungry on Main Street or so. You know which part you know which part, you know when you're me hungry Matrix? Right. Matrix, so it's so quiet there, man.
Right side of John Crow.
Right side of John Crow. You remember, it's so easy to remember now. It's so easy to remember now when we say it. Matrix remember it, you know. Yeah. That be hungry there right beside of John Crow. What a beautiful thing to say. I love that name, John Crow. Oh gosh. You have a mongoose in it too? Ratted. Anyway, I got with that tune there.
Get up and do something. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. If you don't stand for something, you're gonna fall for anything. We are the day to solve the problem, the day to make a better way. The only day we can depend on, so let us start with us today. You better try to help yourself, to provide for all away. Well, about got them fit do this and about got them fit do that. Youths nowadays who no feel no one for that. Stop grudge your brother for the food in a pot. Better you thank Judge for the life where you got. You cannot blame another for your discomfort. Enough I said them real and we find out say them not. Things where them a do them goodly pick up 2 shots. Your time for rise so you can't watch that. You don't stand for something, you're gonna fall for anything. We are the day to solve the problem, the day to make a better way. The only day we can depend on, so let us start with us today. You better try to help yourself, to provide for all away. Feel good for your bread that you him have a kerosene. No need for bad mind, you a get one this year. Fire burn the oppressor way I bring with us fears. We have to reach higher, we a conquer with fears. So it's a hustle, you a hustle, well you must make a thing. And if a great you a juggle, you fake one do your thing. So if you is a artist, then you know fi stop a sing. And if I still a see you say, you fake one heal the king. You don't stand for something, you're gonna fall for anything. We are the day to solve the problem, the day to make a better way. The only day we can depend on, so let us start with us today. You better try to
I provide for all away. So me say get up and do something, and get a youth and enough is up unseen. And that no mean you fi pick up no gun see. So no make nobody tell you say you can't win. If you don't stand for something, you're gonna fall for anything. We are the day to solve the problem, the day to make a better way. The only thing we can depend on, so let us start with us today. You better try to help yourself, to provide for all away. Akida, big up King IVA, the wiser.